I'll wait to see your golden smile, feel of 1,000 kisses. Oh, please stay a while. I reach up to hold your sunlit face. Feels like a handful of silk now. I'm in your warm embrace. Oh, I hope this feeling lasts till the oceans turn to glass and the world around us turns and fades to black. Together we'll look back the sun in this moment forever young. Against the stream of time we'll run, baby. We'll look back the sun. This feeling moves me every single day. I'm captured by your charm.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are just about ready to get rolling with the show. We're going to start off with a few opening remarks, and then we are going to roll into the heifer show. I do believe we're going to start off with the 4-H heifers.
Because all is well. Oh, I hope this feeling lasts till the oceans turn to glass and the world around us turns and fades to black. Together we'll look back the sun in this moment forever young. Against
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2025 Rising Stars Show. We're going to start any moment. We are really pleased to be broadcasting live to you today on DLMS, and I think we've got a lot of people that are going to be tuning in to watch our show and cheer these kids on from afar. We've had 2 excellent days here with learning in our clinic. We're very privileged to have had Kirk Steerwalt come up and teach some of these kids along with a great team of Cord Phillips, Tel Calvert, Kaylee Brandel, Chase Miller, Keegan Jacobson, and Levi Martin. And it's been really fun to watch the kids learn and gain their confidence, and we're excited to have a wonderful show today. We also have had a tremendous lineup of sponsors come forward to support the kids today. We got a lot of swag and some good stuff to hand out to them, and we certainly could not do it without all of the sponsors that have stepped forward. So thanks for joining us either in person today or online. Our numbers are down a little bit due to the weather we've been dealing with the last few days, but we still have a strong set of cattle and a great group of kids to come through the ring today. So our show will be starting momentarily.
Thank you very much, Dee, and it does look like it should be a great show. We will be getting rolling fairly shortly with class number 1A. That is the 4-H breeding heifer class. And if things work out, we should have 7 head in that class.
driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting up to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go. We're driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting up to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go.
We are ready to go with class number 1. So we will welcome into the ring. Starting off with an added entry, this is Clyde Griffith with Care Bear. Care Bear was born on April the 10th, 2024. So leading off, entry from Clyde Griffith, Care Bear, born on April the 4th. The rest of the entries are listed in your program. Callie Mashin with Misha, Dayton Wilson with Maggie, Rylan Stewart with Blair's Barbara, Taryn Brennan with Sammy, and Tavian Yoder with Cinder Rosette 617M.
Early in the driving rain, found John's out hitting on the liquor again. It wasn't too late, about 10:30 when he let loose what the cat dragged in. It was a Sunday. And then morning came in, morning when he tried to make me pay the rent. Said, I ain't got no money for you, can I pay my way with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. Brother, brother, what you owe me, I can't count on anymore, till the police come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Well, I spent some time in a backwoods town, ain't nothing to do 'cause there ain't nothing around. Deputy sheriff ran around the block, but the streets are empty and the doors are locked. Got pretty lonely. And that preacher there came, rang my bell, told me a little about heaven and a lot about hell. Said, I ain't got no money for you, can I pay my way with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. I was not kidding. Father, Father, what you owe me, I can't count on anymore, till the angels come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Woo!
We'll get some comments from Judge Steerwalt.
Want to wish everybody a good morning. Excited to be here. I've enjoyed coming up here every year. It's something that I've always looked forward to, and it just seems like this show just gets better, and the clinic gets better. And people are great, and I know these cattle are going to be good. I know the exhibitors are even going to be better. And when we come off here, and like I said, as we kind of rally around this industry and do what we do and support it and give these kids opportunity, it's a win, and we just opened up the first gate for the first class. So I think with that being said, to me, ultimately, as we start your 4-H show, I think there's an easy combination heifer here that comes to the front pretty easily for me. She's one that is very striking in her lines, and she's one that has a great appearance. The young lady does a phenomenal job of showing her and presenting her, but she is so good and so smooth. She has that added length to her. She gets out here, and when you put her in motion, she's very ideal in her angles, and she's just a phenomenal heifer to start this particular class. The second place heifer, I think, is really beefy in her kind, and she's deep-sided. She's straight in her lines. She gets just a little bit more deeper in her neck set. She's just not as sleek up through that front end and as extended, but she is soft to the ground. She has good leg angle. She's got some power. She's got some definition of stifle. She's got some contouring underline to her. She's just a natural, to me, stylish kind of heifer. Like I said, I just change her up in that front 1/3 to get past that heifer in front, but that's a very ideal kind of female and one that's just got a lot of cow power to me that comes in second. Really a broody kind of female that comes in third, and I think she's one that probably you love her middle. You love that center body that she has. She's one that's very balanced from front to back. She's one that I feel like is easy fleshing. She's just not as powerful as the two that go out. She just doesn't give as much definition of muscle and true shape, especially right when you get behind her. But she's a neat kind of female, and I think she lands in there pretty nicely in third. As we get into the next heifer, she's a very eye-appealing kind of female. I love that white face, and she's nice up over her top line. She's extended. She has that length. She's one that gets just a shot rigid in her walk. I'd like to deepen her up and give her just a little bit more underline and body to her if you could. But she's a phenomenal heifer as well, and I think goes on and makes a nice cow. I think the next two heifers where there was some decision making for me, and I chose to land on a heifer that she's not as neat fronted as the heifer behind her. But when we look past that, I feel like she's better in her top line. She has some more substance and power to her. She's just one that's a little bit more farther along in her maturity, and I think she's one that kind of wins that. We get into the next heifer, and I think she's one that very smooth, and she's really nice in her neckline. She's just not as even in her top line, but I like her center body. I think she's sound on her feet and legs, and to me that was the difference in them two. And I think the heifer that we conclude with is also another nice heifer. We've had a nice set of cattle all the way through starting this class, and she's one that's to me very uniform from front to back. She gets a little bit up in her tail head, but she just lacks the maturity, and to me she just isn't far along to me in her overall composition compared to the cattle that go out leading out here today. But a nice set of cattle starting off your show. Let's give your exhibitors a big nice round of applause starting the day off. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kirk. Placings in Class 1A, the 4-H breeding heifers. Starting off was Ryland Stewart with Blair's Barbara. Second place went to Clyde Griffith, that is the added entry, with Care Bear. Third, Tavian Yoder with Cinder Rosette, 617M. Fourth, Dayton Wilson with Maggie. Fifth went to Callie Mashon with Misha. Sixth, Tieran Brennan with Sammy. And seventh in class was Caitlin Elsner with Skipper. First and second in that class are going to be coming into the ring back when we get to the champions 4-H heifer class, but we've got two more splits to go through. Here is our next split. This is Class 1B, the second 4-H class. Leading off is Branson Dones with LCI 1192 Big Butt 48M. Myra Murray is our next entrant with Murray Essence 75M. Carter Kamla follows off with Mater Cherry 139M. Then Ethan Uremko with Carps Martini 491M. Desmond Fahey is next with WFL Ms. Elegance 4048M. And rounding off the class, Riley Kamla with KT Stormy 4306. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our second class of 4-H heifers, and we are very pleased to be able to have Kirk Steerwald here as our judge. He's been coming up here for a few years, giving a tremendous judging clinic and then judging our show. Kirk and his family own and operate Steerwald Cattle and Clinics, established in 1987. They've exhibited and sold numerous champions across the U.S. and Canada. Their 300-head cow herd concentrates on club calf steers and breeding heifers of various breeds. Kirk's had the privilege to judge many state fairs and national major shows across U.S. and Canada, and has been conducting nationwide and international show clinics for 37 years. Kirk's advice is dream big, work hard. Be consistent and show up when you're supposed to. Kirk and his family reside in Leedy, Oklahoma. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kirk here as our judge for today's show. We're very privileged to have him here. Anybody who places in the top 3 in any class, in any of our splits today, please make your way over to the prize table. I think Denise and Shannon are over there, and they have something for you. So if you place in the top 3, please make your way to the prize table and pick up a prize from Denise and Shannon.
used to tell me everything must pass. Nothing here around us is ever meant to last. Grab that light around you, hold it to your breast till it's over. Way out there in the distance, revolution bells ringing out forgiveness. Stories that they tell. The mighty father went down and wished him well in the morning. Ain't that the way that it goes sometimes? Just when you save a little piece of your mind and got you drinking supernatural wine. Well, I read it in the magazine, read it in the Times. Everyone was tangled up, someone else's fight. The mighty father went down and draw the line in the morning. And I used to have a brother, well, a dreamer just like me. Guess we never really fall too far from a tree. Oh, he's got forgiveness and a house for all to see outside the city. Ain't that the way that it goes sometimes? Just when you save a little piece of your mind and got you drinking supernatural wine. Supernatural is a feeling, it can save you in the night. Supernatural every feeling, you know I couldn't even fight. Somewhere outside of Cheyenne, beyond that borderline, ran into a preacher and he poured that special wine. I was feeling lucky and he gave me quite a time on a Sunday.
We'll get some comments from Judge Steerwalt.
As we start this class, and I think there's a pretty much a front runner here in this particular class. I mean, this heifer kind of puts things together that you like. She's just so neat in her lines, and she's just got that attractive look out of her front, very feminine in her look, very maternal in her look. And she definitely, when you get behind her, she's definitely not deceiving in that regard. Just a super powerful, stout-made kind of female. Really like the way she comes out on her angle down to the ground. I mean, she transitions well when you put her in motion, and she's one that carries a lot of length in her spine, and just one that's got a tremendous look to her. The heifer in second is a really nice heifer, and she's one that I really appreciate her from being smooth and being powerful. I unappreciate her on the way she acts. But anyway, I'm just telling you what, she's pretty challenging. And but when you get her stopped and you get her planted, and I'm just telling you, I mean, that's a pretty neat made kind of heifer that carries a lot of muscle, back shape. She's one that, to me, fairly smooth in her lines for being that kind of build, and I think that's the one that, you know, I feel like she's the combination heifer well in this class, and I just think she's one that lands in second for me, especially on what I'm liking and what I look for and what I appreciate. As we get into the third place heifer, I mean, a powerful, beastly kind of female that's very stout made, and she gets a little more prominent in her chest. She's a little bit more rugged in her shoulders. She just doesn't angle up through there with that angularity, and she just doesn't, to me, not as feminine as the two heifers that go out, but I mean, from her shoulders back, she's a powerhouse, and she contains just a tremendous amount of muscle. I like it that she's really good in uniform in her center body, and she just got a neat look. I just like to smooth her up compared to the two that go out, and like I said, she's a neat kind of female. The heifer in fourth is one that I really love. I mean, she's one that's really neat when she's stopped. She's so cool out of her front, and she's one that's good in her center body. It's just that, you know, I mean, and this is where she just gets a little more steeper off her front end, and she just kind of gets out of bounds on her walk when she gets to walking, and she just doesn't handle herself very good. And to me, to be honest with you, I just feel like the other three get out and move better. I think they're just a little bit more athletic in their, to me, walk, and they just, you know, like I said, they just come to the ground a little better. But like I said, if that one's stopped, there ain't none better. But when she's moving, you just like to change her, and that's kind of why she's she's in fourth. So anyway, but she's a cool heifer. The heifer that comes in here, and it kind of got down to which one was a little more mature, which one had a little bit more substance to them. And I just feel like that red heifer probably done the job awfully nicely. She's one that gets a little deeper and a little bit more rugged and just a little bit more, to me, manly, if you will, up through that front end. You just like to sleek her up, but her center body's good. She's good up over her line. She's an easy fleshing kind of female. She carries some power, comes down to the ground good on a nice set of feet and legs. And I think we conclude here's another nice heifer, real typey in her look. She's very uniform front to back. She balances well. Wants to get a little bit up in her ankles, just wants to get a little bit more steeper and rigid in her walk. You just like to see her come out and come to the ground just a little bit more softer, but she's a really nice kind of female to round out the class. So let's give our exhibitors a round of applause. Nice set of cattle out here today.
Thank you very much, Kirk. Placings in Class 1B, second split of 4-H breeding heifers. First place, entry number 314 was Ethan Uremko with Carps Martini, 491M. Second in that class went to Carter Kamlaw with Mater Cherry, 139M. We're going to see both of them back for the champion 4-H breeding heifer, but we've got one more split to go. Third goes to Riley Kamlaw with KT Stormy, 4306. Fourth, Myra Murray, Murray Essence, 75M. Fifth, Desmond Fahey with WFL Ms. Elegance, 4048M. And sixth in class, Branson Dones with LCI 1192 Big Butt, 48M. Placing your program top to bottom, it starts with 6, then goes to 4, then 2, then 1, then 5, then 3. In this class, we lead off with Tulsa Smith with RPCC Black Reputation, 237M. Sydney Carlson is next with Tandem T Ms. Millionaire, 22M. McKinley Egan with Rocky Top Rosebud, 415M. G.W. Murray with Murray Magnolia, 4M. Kelton Fahey with Rosie, 55M. Caden Lewis with Marge. And Dallas Sailor with Red J. Hart Coca, 13M. My apologies, we have a scratch in this class. Please scratch in your show program 186, Caden Lewis. That is a scratch out of this class.
Maybe I was ready for this, maybe I was bought, maybe I had given up, given all I got. So now when you came to me, put another shot, I was thirsty, and that's the way that it goes sometimes. Just when you save a little piece of your mind, it got you drinking supernatural wine. Don't give me no, don't give me no, don't give me no supernatural wine. Don't give me no, don't give me no, don't give me no supernatural wine. Don't give me no, don't give me no, don't give me no supernatural wine. I've had it. I've had it. Oh.
My apologies, that is not a scratch. Please unscratch that entry. We have popcorn for some of our winners or some of our participants. So from Class 1A, we'd like to say, Callie Mashon, could you make your way over and talk to, I believe you talked to Kathy Chesser at the prize table, and she will hook you up with some popcorn. In the second split, Branson Dones will also receive popcorn, and in the third split, Dallas Sailor. So Callie, Branson, and Dallas, make your way over and check in on the popcorn. I believe Kirk Steerwalt is ready to tell us what he did with this split.
Another nice set of cattle, and I think, like I said, one that gravitates to the top pretty quick for me. This heifer is one, again, that balances well. She's smooth in her lines, and I love her center body. She just really blends together from front to back. You know, she's not as heavy built in her bone. She's a little more refined in her bone, and she gets, you know, I'd like to maybe loosen her up if you could as she goes around the ring. She needs to just come off with just a shot more stride, gets a little more steeper off her front end. But she's a cool made heifer. I mean, she's just one that wins this class pretty handily for me, because I just feel like she checks the most boxes and probably puts the most things together. As we come into the second place heifer, I mean, really a stout made kind of female, and you know, if you're on the side and you prefer this one, I can't necessarily blame you. I don't feel like, you know, she's quite as neat and tidy down through her chest floor. She gets a little bit more developed and cresty and mature in her neckline, but man, you know, she's a nice, well-fed heifer. I mean, she's one that comes with a lot of cow power and dimension and shape, and she's sound on her feet and legs. She's just not as, to me, smooth in her lines, and probably doesn't transition and to me, angle is good up through that shoulder compared to the female that goes out. But I dig that heifer. I mean, she's one that's good kind of cattle, and she's got a good look to her, and the young man does a great job with her. The third place heifer is beefy in her side, and she's one that's deep in her makeup, and she just gets a little bit under herself. As you get her out here on the walk, she just carries a little more chest floor, a little more prominent out through there, you know, but she's a neat heifer, and she's one that's so good up through her tail head. She's got nice shape to her. She's got good, to me, definition to her hock. When we get down into her pasterns, she just doesn't come to the ground quite as smooth and enough angle to me, and kind of gets, like I said, a little bit more rigid and under herself a little bit as we get her out in the walk. But I really like that heifer. She's one that's just, like I said, also good kind of cattle. We come into the next heifer, and she's just a little more refined in her bone, but she's deep-sided. You know, she's just a little bit more plainer in her look compared to maybe the ones that go out, but she's nice to me, kind of female. I mean, she's just one that's just not as powerful. I mean, when you get up on her, she's just not as stout made as those ones that go out ahead of her. She's just more refined in her look, but she's, like I said, a nice kind of female too. We come into the next heifer, and I look at this heifer, and she's kind of like, I feel like she's kind of growing away from herself, because she's long-sided, she's got shape to her, she's good in her angle and in her lines, she's extended, she's upstanding, she's got a little more daylight under, and she needs to soften up and body down and just get a little bit more condition and time on her. And I could see, you know, where time and feed and to me, maturity and that can possibly help this heifer down the line. But to me, she just doesn't put as many things together in one unit, to me, as the ones that go out ahead of her today. But I think her day could be coming, so I do. The next heifer comes in here, and I think she's one that's awful good in her center body. She balances from front to back. She's one that, like I said, she's just you know, she's just not a smooth made all the way through. You'd like to clean her up in that chest floor, you know, and make her just a little bit more neater if you could. But I like that kind of heifer. I mean, it's just a tough class, and to me, she's just one that I think she just lands in there. She's just a little more rougher in her look right now, but I think that can help. I think we can get that, you know, to me, as time goes, I think she can, you know, maybe come together a little better. She just rounds up in her hip, and you know, like I said, I'd just like to see her flatten up a little bit and just come up out of her tailhead just a little bit nicer. The next heifer comes in here, and I mean, she's good in her top line, and I think she's sound on her feet and legs. She's just a little, looks like the most youthful one of the class. I mean, she's just not carrying the maturity, and to me, the development and the performance is the ones that go out ahead of here today. But they're, again, a nice kind of female to conclude. We've had a nice 4-H show. Like I said, a lot of nice cattle, a lot of nice heifers that are going to go on and make great cow prospects down the line. The exhibitors have done a great job. Let's give them a nice round of applause out here today.
Thank you very much, Kirk. Placings in this class. First place goes to G.W. Murray with Murray Magnolia 4M. Second, Kelton Fahey with Rosie 55M. Third, Tulsa Smith with RPCC Black Reputation 237M. Fourth, McKinley Egan with Rocky Top Rosebud 415M. Fifth, Sydney Carlson, Tandem T Ms Millionaire 22M. Sixth, Caden Lewis with Marge. And seventh, Dallas Sailor with Red J Hart Coca 13M. Marking your program top to bottom. 3, 5, 4, 1, 2, 6, and 7. In the ring now, we have the champion 4-H heifer from the first split, Ryland Stewart with Blair's Barbara, and she is entry number 630. Second in that class was Clyde Griffith with Care Bear and entry number 101. From the second split, entry number 314, Ethan Uremko with Carps Martini 491M, and 102, Carter Kamla with Mater Cherry 139M. From the third split, G.W. Murray with Murray Magnolia 4M, and that's entry 112. Entry 118 is also from that class, and that's Kelton Fahey with Rosie 55M. We'd like to thank our sponsor for the champion heifer, and that's Redrich Farms. They're sponsoring the 4-H class. Bill and Tracy Dietrich and their 4 grown children and their spouses, and even their 5 grandchildren, are all part of Redrich Farms. The family's main goal is to raise bulls for the commercial customers in their area. One of the things they love best about being a seed stock producer is getting to know so many new people and developing great friendships with longtime customers, in addition to customer relationships. The Dietrichs also value mentoring future generations when it comes to agriculture. Thanks very much to Redrich Farms. Reserve Champion Honors are sponsored by the Greenvale Bull Sale. Colton and Bailey Kaiser, along with their children, reside at Bashaw and raise Black Angus and Simmental bulls for ranch conditions. They recently held their annual bull sale for the first time on their farm at Bashaw. Bailey enjoys training and working with horses, and you can find Colton at many livestock sales as an insurance agent. Thanks to the Greenvale Bull Sale for their support of the Reserve Champion 4-H heifer. I'd also like to acknowledge a couple of our other sponsors. The first class was sponsored by CLC Cattle, which is comprised of Carmen, Lauren, and Charles White, 3 young people and up-and-coming individuals in the agriculture industry. They run their commercial Sim Angus herd at Claresholm, Alberta, on land homesteaded by their great-grandfather in 1892. Their brand has been in use for 128 years. DBK, Genetics sponsored our second split. DBK Genetics is a donor cow facility located in Sturgeon County. Their services include the collection of conventional embryo production for export and domestic use, IVF production and embryo transfer, as well as on-farm flushes. They also have recipient cows available. Contact Clayton Elliott and his team to see how they can help you advance your top-end genetics. So thanks very much to DBK Genetics. Kirk, we're ready to hear from you on this champion class.
As we select your 4-H champion, and really a nice lineup of cattle. I'll tell you what, these cattle are going to go and to me, get in production, and I know they're going to be producing mamas for these young people, and they're going to make great, to me, cow prospects, and who knows, some of these could be donors down the line. So to me, really a nice trio as we get out here, and I think the second places are really nice respectively. And I think we started this particular show off strong. This young lady's heifer come in here, and I mean, she just one that she had you at the gate, and I mean, she's one that just has that special look to her, and she comes together with a nice center body, and she's really uniform and neat up out through that tailhead. If you could change her, you'd like to neaten her up in her chest floor and kind of sleek her up in her neckline, but from there she's she comes with some shape and some power, and I think she's good on her feet and legs. I think when you come down to the ground, I think she comes with enough angle from the point of the shoulder to the ground. Also, when she comes off her back hind, the heifer that come in Class 2 is a really unique kind of female because she is one that's long spine, really good in her chest floor, extended. I mean, when you get behind her, she is no doubt one that carries the most shape and muscle and internal width of the three out here. I mean, if I could improve her, I'd like to see her come with just a little bit more back 1/3, a little bit more flank, but she has, to me, enough today in her center body. I just want to keep that. I think if the homework of leaving this show and going on down the line, I think we can keep dropping her and keep trying to get a little bit more. Then I think she's one that's very, very exceptional. We come out of Class 3, and that heifer is so feminine and sleek, and she's one that's really super good up out of her tail head. She's probably the finest in her build of the trio out here. I mean, she gets a little bit more rigid off her walk. I really would like to change the way she comes down to the ground off her back hind. She can get just a little bit steep off her front end, but when she stopped and planted, there's cow power with a look there that is phenomenal. And you know what, you'd like to have a whole pasture of them. So to me, I think all these are a little bit different to me, but I think they're they're similar in what I like and what the parts and the pieces that come together. And so to me, it's a great 4-H show, and I know we're going to have a great show here, but a phenomenal start to this show. My hat's off to these exhibitors for a great job. I'm going to go out here and get the two that I like. Let's give these young people a big round of applause. Great job out here today. Thank you.
Congratulations going to Ethan Yaremko with Carps Martini 491M, our champion. And reserve champion honors going to Ryland Stewart with Blair's Barbara. So once again, Ethan Yaremko is exhibiting the champion 4-H heifer, and Ryland Stewart the reserve. Thanks very much as well to the rest of our class for a great job. We're going to move into the Angus heifers next. We're going to send the 4-H heifers over to the backdrop and get some backdrop photos. A reminder as well that we're very happy to have Stacy Young here as our photographer. She's from Innovation Media, which is located in Quebec. Innovation Media offers both photography and videography services at both livestock shows and on farm. And all of the photos from today's show can be found at www.innovationmedia.ca and are free to download for all of our exhibitors. If you want to get a photo from the backdrop, please stop in and check in with Stacy, or I believe Jill Renton is also giving her a hand. So if you head back and talk to them, they'll be glad to get you set up for a backdrop photo. I'd like to just mention our final 4-H heifer class champion, and that is Fahey Cattle Company. Fahey Cattle Company Limited, owned by Mike Carley and their family, is located along the Red Deer Riverbanks south of Big Valley. They run around 400 mother cows with 60 purebred Simmental and 340 Black Angus Black Simmental cows. This is a family-run ranch where they grow their own feed and corn graze most of the cow herd until late February before bringing them home for calving. They sell a group of home-raised bred heifers each year, and in recent years have decided to start marketing their purebred Simmentals. The Fahey family would love to have you stop in for a tour at any time.
Every day brings new light to help us on our way. Always taking my breath, whether sun or rain. The wind will carry us over that horizon we see is getting closer. This is why we live for moments like this. This is why we live for moments like this, yeah. Moments like this, when the mountain calls and the river waits for what's to come, a dreamer's day. The wind will carry us over that horizon we see is getting closer. This is why we live for moments like this. This is why we live for moments like this, yeah. Moments like this is why we live. This is why we live. Moments like this. This is why we live. This is why we live. Moments like this. Moments like this.
With Johnny went out walking, he hitched for a ride. He came across a pretty girl who took him inside. And Johnny asked the pretty girl if he could take her hand. She became his wife and they bought a piece of land. Well, they raised up a family and they raised up the wood. They built their first cottage and it held like it should. Johnny told the pretty girl, darling, I love you so. She looked back at Johnny and said, Johnny boy, I know, I know. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance around the sun till it's done. You're the one.
We're ready to get started with the Angus heifers. Leading off in our first class, we're going to start off with entry number 204 is the back number, but shows in your program as 306. That's Kessler Watts with Miss Pookie. Following Kessler is entry number 6, Brooklyn Bolter with Boss Lake Ms. Donna 452M. 224 is London Matthews with Pillar Pretentious 2429. And 229 is JT Rosebud 99M. That is our first class of Angus heifers, and this class is sponsored by Miller Wilson Angus of Bashaw, Alberta. Dawn and Lee Wilson, together with their children and grandchildren, are Miller Wilson Angus at Bashaw. Strong supporters of all agricultural programs, but junior events are junior events are near and dear to their hearts. Their program has a strong emphasis on the strength of a mama cow, soundness, udder quality, ease of fleshing, and disposition, the basis of longevity. They believe breeding generations of similar type cattle will eliminate most variances and produce more consistent and predictable progeny. Thanks very much to Miller Wilson Angus of Bashaw, Alberta, for their sponsorship of Class Number 1 in the Angus heifers.
Johnny went out one day with a shotgun by his side. His family needed trusting to keep him all alive. He stumbled upon a black bear who knocked down his gun. Johnny couldn't reach it, so he fixed up to run. The bear caught up to Johnny and knocked him to the ground. Johnny thought it was a little girl, Lord, he beat that bear down. The moral of the story, if there's a woman by your side, there's nothing that a man will do just to stay alive, stay alive. And we all shine a light, little darling. All want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. All afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun till it's done. You're the one.
As we start your Angus show, and I think this, this class to me lines out pretty easily for me. And, the heifer that I'm going to start with here, I mean, just advances to the top. And I think fairly decisive in her overall maturity. She carries so much more bone, and she's got the length. She does run downhill, but I think both heifers do kind of want to transition downhill in their top line. This one carries a little bit more chest to her. I like the chest in the second place heifer a little bit more. I think it's a little more ideal when you look at these two from the side. But when you look at the first place heifer, when she gets stopped, and there's just so much bone, and there's so much maturity, and there's so much performance, and yet young lady does a great job with her, and she's well presented, and she's just one that carries that maternal look, and yet to me carries that extra eye appeal. And I just think she advances to the front here pretty quickly for me. The heifer in second is also, I think, very high quality kind of female. I think her day's coming. She's just not as far along in performance and maturity as maybe the heifer that goes out ahead. Not as heavy built and heavy constructed to me as the heifer that goes out ahead of her. But both heifers are very good in their angle. They're very sound to the ground. They come off square, and their tailhead lays in there nice and square. And to me, it just extends out through that top line, and that's the kind that I like. And I think that's where we get into the third place heifer. I think she follows the same type and kind. I think she's good in her underline, and she carries that extra curvature that you like. She's just not as level to me out through her tailhead, just not as square to me as the ones that go out ahead of her. So to me, I think she lands in there in third pretty easily for me. But she's also another neat kind of heifer. Carries a little bit of navel to her when you look compared to the two that go out. But like I said, sound on her feet and legs, got a good look, going to make a good cow, and I just think a nice kind of cattle out here today. The next heifer is a little bit more leaner and a little bit more rugged and raw in her build. Just doesn't carry the overall body shape, doesn't carry the dimension and the natural width compared to the ones that go out ahead of them here today. But let's give our young people a round of applause. Nice start to your Angus show with a really nice pair on top to me.
Thank you very much, Kirk. Placings in Class 4A Angus breeding heifers. First place, entry number 224, 204 in your program, London Matthews with Pillar Pretentious 2429. Second goes to entry number 6, Boss Lake Ms. Donna 452M coming from Brooklyn Bolter. Third, Emma Crowell with JT Rosebud 99M. And fourth, Kessler Watts with Miss Pookie. A reminder to first, second, and third that you have prizes over here at the prize table, and Denise and Shannon would be very happy to hook you up with some of those prizes. And Kessler Watts, you are the recipient of popcorn in that class. So you should head over and talk to Kathy, who is sitting at the table, and she can let you know or get you hooked up with the popcorn. Class in the ring now is the Angus breeding heifer class, and we are leading off right now with Carson Van Sickle, wearing number 207, 295 in your program. Red River Rock Jupiter 4160M. Ainsley Van Sickle follows with entry number 110, 292 in your program. Red River Rock Chiefayette 4209. Then Zachary Slorstad with wearing 319, entry 272 in your program. Crocus Cooley Persephone 3M. And Abby Slorstad with Country Lane Dinah 58M. Wearing 335, 269 in your program. This is our second split of Angus heifers, and this is sponsored by Rasilvia at Derwent, Alberta. The Pashilkas own and operate Rasilvia Cattle Company, a 400 cow herd consisting of Maine Anjou, Black Angus, Simmental, and club calves. Ken and Josie Pashilka's cattle operation in Derwent, Alberta is a family-run operation which includes their 3 boys, Tyson, Riley, and Taylor. At Rasilvia Cattle Company, cattle are not only a business but a lifestyle they love. Their 3 sons were very active in junior livestock programs, and they're excited to support the youth here today. So thanks very much to Rasilvia Cattle Company for sponsoring our second class. I'd like to mention as well that there are some trucks parked south of the overhead door in the stalling area, and we would like those trucks to be moved, particularly if you are blocking the gate. Once we start load out, those trucks that are blocking that gate are going to really impede the traffic flow. So if you have a truck parked south of the overhead door blocking the gate, please get it moved before we start having people loading out of here.
Rush of blood to my head. I took a picture for these memories.
I'm going to leave these just like they are, and I think if you've been watching me, and I think the heifer that I'm going to start with, she just comes with so many things that come together, and I think she's the most blended uniform package of the 4 heifers out here. When you look at her center body and the way she comes up out of her neckline, and yet keeping that chest floor clean, she's one that gets a little bit under herself as you put her out here in motion, but she's big barreled, big dimension, center body. You want to level out through her top. Comes with a lot of, to me, shape all the way through, and yet keeping it in a nice, to me, striking kind of look. And she just one that, to me, like I said, I think she checks the most boxes and puts the most things together, and I think she's the blended heifer. The decision for me, honestly, in this particular class was 2 and 3. I feel like this heifer is a little more level out through her tailhead. She's got a little bit different muscle pattern compared to the one that goes out ahead of her, but she's got a long kind of muscle. You get her out out here in motion. She comes to the ground good. I think both those heifers, second and third, are similar in their bone and kind of the way they're put together there. But I just feel like we're a little more extended in that second place heifer. We're not quite as jammed up in body length. We're a little bit more extended out through that neckline. And I just feel like we scoot around the ring and we come and handle, to me, the motion card just a little bit better, both females. But I just like the way that long muscle, that little flatter, kind of longer, wider muscle up high. I mean, I just like the way she comes together, and I like her center body. The third place heifer, if you want to switch them two and you're on the sideline, I think those two are very close. And I think this one's very smooth. The young man does a good job with her. I mean, she's just one that gets a little bit more, to me, limited in her walk, and she just doesn't come out with a long enough stride for me. And I like her. But the thing that she just brings to the table, she is so smooth in her build. She's so smooth in the way she's put together. I just like to lengthen her out, just to pull her apart a little bit, come with a little bit more stride to move her up the line here. The next heifer here, like I said, is a nice heifer. I mean, this is a nice set of heifers all the way down. Young man's done a good job with her. She just wants to come apart a little bit more up through her front end, and I mean up through her, to me, forerib. She doesn't tie in quite as good as the heifers that go out ahead, but I think she gets around the ring good. Once again, going to make a great cow. Like I said, she's just not as far along in her maturity and performance compared to the cattle that go out ahead of her today here. Nice set of cattle. Let's give our Angus exhibitors a nice round of applause out here today. Good job.
Thank you very much, Kirk. Placings in Class 4B Angus breeding heifers. First place went to Abby Slorstead with Country Lane Dinah 58M. Second in class, Ainsley Van Sickle with Red River Rock Chiefayette 4209M. Third, Carson Van Sickle with Red River Rock Jupiter 4160M. Fourth, Zachary Slorstad with Crocus Cooley Persephone 3M. Reminder to first, second, and third to make your way over to the prize area and check in. We have something for you. And to Zachary Slorstad, you get some popcorn, so stop over and talk to Kathy. In this class, we're leading off with Mason Zwicker, wearing show number 304, 333 in the show program. Greenwood Miss Essence 69M is his heifer. Sydney Van Sickle follows with 108, 301 in the show program. Red River Rock Marigold 484M. Nevada Murray is wearing 215, showing 220 in the show program, and she has Golden Oak 1054 Magnolia 435M. And Sawyer Pole is our final entry with wearing 309, 236 in the program, Red Aram Eberly 29M. This is our third class of 4 in the Angus heifer class. And we'd like to thank Miller Wilson. Oh, and following, and our last entry is Emma Westerland with 308, showing 309 in the program, Dungannon Lady Milne 2402. We'd like to thank Miller Wilson Angus for also sponsoring this class. A double sponsor in the Angus division, Dawn and League, together with their children and grandchildren, are Miller Wilson Angus at Bashaw, Alberta. They are strong supporters of all agricultural programs, but junior events are very near and dear to their hearts. Their program has a strong emphasis on the mama cow, soundness, udder quality, ease of fleshing, and disposition, the basis of longevity. They believe breeding generations of similar type cattle will eliminate most variances and produce more consistent and predictable progeny. Thanks to Miller Wilson Angus, a double sponsor of the Angus classes here at the Rising Stars show. So our show is moving along, and we would remind exhibitors that you should be in the marshalling area well before your class is to go into the ring. So have someone paying attention to what's happening so that you can make your way to the show ring and be on time.
I remembered what you said when you said you wouldn't let go of me. I don't want to put you down this time and forget about everything and what we found. I don't want to lose it all this time.
I'll tell you what, a really nice set of cattle, and I think, like I said, we raised the bar on this particular class, and I think this heifer out here, to me, she's kind of like, kind of had me at hello. I mean, when she walks in, she grabs you. I mean, she's got a good look to her. Young lady does a great job with her. She's well presented, but she is one that's neat and to me, smooth out through her neckline. She's one that's very feminine, big barreled, big bodied, just one that's extremely maternal in her look and just has that incredible look to her from the side. And like I said, she's just a phenomenal type of heifer that's definitely a contender and definitely one that's unique and special in her kind for sure. When we get to second, third in this class, that was a decision for me. I just went with the heifer that I feel like is a little more maternal, a little more feminine in her look. She's just one that's just a little bit more flatter out through her tail head. I feel like it lays in there a little more square, very functional and good on her feet and legs. You know, she carries a little chest, but she just ran into a buzzsaw leading off this particular class. The next heifer is a little more rounder in her shape, a little bit more, to me, not as feminine as the two that go out. She just gets a little bit more rigid and a little bit more short in her step. I just like to give her a little bit more length. I'd like to kind of lay that tail head down just a little bit more square and, and flatten up her muscle shape a little bit and maybe extend it down into her hock. But she's one that's awfully good and comes with a lot of power and dimension and, to me, substance as well. Really big bone kind of female. Might be one of the bigger bone heifers of the class. She's just a little more rugged in her kind, love her center body. She's just one that just gets a little bit more shoulder to her, a little bit more chest to her. She's just not as smooth and sleek as the ones that go out ahead of her day, but like I said, a very rugged kind of female, carries tons of bone and power and dimension. I think the next heifer to me is, like I said, a little more finer in her build, probably doesn't level out through her top quite as good as the ones that go out ahead of her. Like I said, she's just given up a lot of extra, to me, maturity and performance and, to me, just mass, if you will, overall, all the way through to move her up any higher today. But a nice set of cattle, exceptional female on top. Let's give our young people a round of applause. Nice job.
Thank you very much, Kirk. Placings in Class 4C, the Angus breeding heifers. First place, congratulations, Nevada Murray with Golden Oak 1054 Magnolia 435M. Second in class goes to Mason Zwicker, Greenwood Miss Essence 69M. Third goes to Sydney Van Sickle with Red River Rock Marigold 484M. Fourth in class, Sawyer Pole with Red Aram Eberly 29M, and fifth goes to Emma Westerland with Dungannon Lady Milne 2402. Emma will also receive the popcorn for this group. And reminder to first, second, and third to make your way over to the prize table as we have something for you. In this class, leading off is entry number 238, 116 in your show program, Shelton Grabler with Red CS Selma 6M. 144 is next, Greenwood Lucy 39M from Delta Hippie. Wyatt Saylor follows with entry number 109, 257 in your show program, Red Rich Passion 227M. Maddie Ferrance is next with entry 233 but 094 in your show program. And then we have another entry from Delta Hippie, Greenwood Sandy 33M. And Finishing off the class, Resh Noble with Greenwood Lucy 2M. This class is sponsored by Southland Angus of Bashaw, Alberta. Southland and the Cadieux family are household names in the cattle circles of southwest Saskatchewan. Running on the hard grass hills of Shaunavon, they have been a source for farmers and ranchers supplying value-added herd bulls. Initially, they were an entirely Angus herd, but had a demand for terminal bulls, so they have expanded with Charolais. Contact Shane or Lexi to discuss your next bull purchase. Thanks very much to Southland Angus of Shaunavon, Saskatchewan.
In that photograph of us, it seemed like you were finding love to be. Closer to you than you thought, and still you thought too much and let go of me. I don't wanna put you down this time and forget about everything and what we found. I don't wanna lose it all this time and forget about everything. I don't wanna lose you, baby. Don't you know, girl, what you mean to me? Pull apart my ribs and plant your heart inside my chest. I'll do the rest. Show you what it means to believe. Feel it in your heart, it'll burn like the sun. You'll see me. If I don't have love, then what will I be? If I'm not your love.
Probably one of the nicest classes we've had front to back, and I think there's 4 in here that very exceptional. I feel like the red heifer jumps to the top pretty quick. She's just so smooth and blended. She comes together in her body shape. Her underline ties into her chest floor, and I mean she's one that she's so good up out of her tail head, but her smoothness in her lines to me is what gets her there, and she's so good in her chest, and she's very fresh in her look, and just a neat kind of female to me that surfaces pretty quick in a to me a competitive class. The heifer in second I really like as well. I think she's one that follows a lot of things that I like. I love her angle to the ground. Actually, I mean when you look at her leg set and you're trying to look for one that's ideal, her back hind leg set is as good as they come. I mean it is really good. She gets a little bit more opened up in her loin edge. She's not as stout made as that heifer that goes out. Gets a little bit more to me developed in her lower chest floor. She's just not as neat up through there, but from her shoulders back, like I said, she transitions well to the ground. She's got a good look. Young man does a good job with her. Presentation is great, and she's just one that when you put her out on the move, I mean, this one here grabs the ground. She's one that's good in her angle. She's good in her foot, and she just won. But like I said, she wants to open up in her loin edge, and you just like to kind of, to me, make her come together. She just doesn't come as good over his top line, to me, as that heifer that goes out ahead. And the next heifer here, there's parts and pieces of this heifer that are better than anything in the class. I mean, her bone and her angle, I mean, she's one that's got some performance, her rib shape in her body, but she wants to open up in her forerib. She's real loose made, which I like that, but she just gets to where she doesn't balance quite as good as the two that go ahead of her. But her performance and, to me, her dimension and what she brings to the table, like I said, she gets a little bit more opened up in her top, and she just wants to kind of get almost too loose and kind of maybe wants to come apart a little bit, and she just doesn't hold herself quite as good, to me, as the two that go out. But an exceptional kind of female. Young lady does a great job with her out here and showing her, and she's one that's presented well, and that's just good cattle in a very tough class. Here's a heifer here that comes in here in fourth. It's like, I love the way this heifer's made. She's ideal from front to back. She's really crisp in her lines, and she's one that's youthful in her look, and she's just got a lot of tremendous eye appeal from front to back. She's just not as to me, performing, and she's just not quite as, to me, far along in her mass and her build and her composition, to me, as the ones that go out ahead of her. And I look at that heifer, and you know what, don't give up on that heifer. I mean, that heifer's a neat kind of heifer. Her day's coming. Just stay doing what you're doing. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. We just got to keep carrying her along, because that's a cool heifer there. And like I said, you look at cattle, and I'm not getting the crystal ball out. I have to judge these things today just because today is the show. But if I was going to predict a heifer that's going to have a nice future to her, it'd be this one right here. The next heifer that comes in here, and I think is one that I got down to these two, and I teeter-tottered here. I just felt like there's a little bit more dimension maybe in the red heifer. She's not as neat and level as the black heifer. She is bigger in her bone. So there's some trade-off here. Like I said, you want to trade these around, you can. But like I said, both heifers, like I said, are nice kind of females. Like I said, they just drew an extra tough class out here today. Let's give our young people a nice round of applause. Very competitive class as well.
Thank you very much, Kirk. Placings in that class. First place goes to Shelton Grabler with Red CS Selma 6M. Second in class, Resh Noble with 223 Greenwood Lucy 2M. Third was Delta Hippie with Greenwood Sandy 33M. Fourth, Delta Hippie again with Greenwood Lucy 39M. Fifth, Wyatt Sailor with Red Rich Passion 227M. And sixth, Maddie Ference with 5. Marking your program top to bottom, it went 1, 4, 5, 6, 3, 2. And Maddie Ference, you have some popcorn coming to you, so head over and talk to Kathy. First, second, and third in that class, you also will be getting prizes, and you should head over and talk to the ladies at the prize table. Heading into the ring now, we have the Champion Angus class, and it starts off with our first class representation from London Matthews with Pillar Pretentious 2429, and Brooklyn Bolter with Boss Lake Ms. Donna 452M. From the second class, Abby Slorstead with Country Lane Dinah 58M is one of the entries, and Ainsley Van Sickle with Red River Rock Chiefayette 4209M is the other representative from that class. Moving to Class 4C, Nevada Murray with Golden Oak 1054 Magnolia 435M was first in that class, and also coming out of that group, Mason Zwicker with Greenwood Miss Essence 69M. From the fourth split, Shelton Grabler with Red CS Selma 6M, and Resh Noble with Greenwood Lucy 2M. We'd like to acknowledge our champions for that class. CS Ranching from Chair Hill, Alberta, sponsors our champion. Shannon and Calvin Grabler from Chair Hill, along with their boys, are busy dividing their time between Red Angus and Hereford cattle, along with being great volunteers in their farming area with 4-H and local shows. They are strong supporters in youth and agriculture and can be found supporting many events throughout the province. Thanks to them, thanks to CS Ranching for their champion Sponsorship. Reserve Champion is sponsored by Terron Farms of Forestburg, Alberta. Terron Farms is a third-generation farm committed to providing both purebred and commercial cattle breeders with quality red Angus bulls and females. Terron Farms is a mixed farming operation consisting of 220 red and black Angus cattle, along with approximately 1,700 acres of mixed grain and 1,200 acres of grass. This keeps the family busy with their grain farming in the spring and fall and calving in the winter. The girls were very active in junior livestock shows. You can now find Terry, Sharon, Rob, and Maureen supporting the youth of today in many livestock events. Thanks to Terron Farms for their support of the Reserve Champion Angus Heifer class.
As we select your Angus champion here, and once again, to me, a tremendous set of cattle. And we really had some nice classes. Had a lot of depth in those classes, and we just had a lot of good cattle all the way from top to bottom. And so to me, and like I said, I'm not getting the crystal ball out. I'm kind of going what I like today, and kind of going what I see. And like I said, but when you look at the whole breed representation, just a great job by these exhibitors and their families and their breeders, and to me, to get these cattle looking like this out here today. We started off this Angus show strong, and that heifer there was a pair here that I thought were very, very, very good and very exceptional. But this heifer here is so big in her bone, and she's so good in her angle. I mean, she just comes down to the ground. You like the way she comes to me when you get her out here in motion. Now she does run downhill a little bit. She gets a little bit more opened up in her shoulder. And I'm just saying I would like to sleek her up in that respect up through that front. But boy, from there back, there's to me a lot of heifer there and big boned. About as big a bone as one that's out here, and she's just one that's well shown, well presented, and just a really attractive show heifer out here today that's got cow power as well. The heifer out of class 2, I think she's just definitely one that in that particular class, she come with the rib shape, she come with that body, that underline, and I think she tied it front and back. She tied it into her chest floor, she ties that into her back flank so well, and she's one that's got some dimension and shape to her. I like that. She's one that's just round barreled all the way around. She's good in her chest floor. Like I said, she gets a little bit under herself. You get her out here and put her in motion, she just gets a little bit maybe short a little bit and under herself, but not bad. I'm just saying it, but I like that heifer. She's easy fleshing. I feel like we're getting to the point that, we're probably going to have to start backing off her. I think we're getting there, and I think we need to probably freshen her up a little bit down the line. I think this next heifer that come out of class 3, I felt like raised the bar. To me, she just so much femininity to her and so much maternal look to her, and yet so much eye appeal. Gets around the ring great. You love her angle and the way she comes to the ground. Her neckline and shoulder, the way it comes together and comes up out of her, up-headed, her level of, to me, shoulder tying into that upper neck and up through her head. I mean, it's just one of them that, she just grabs you. So she's cool. Like I said, she's not as stout maybe as some. Her muscle pattern to me is a little different. It's a little longer. Some of them might be a little bit shorter and wider, but she's got enough. And like I said, it ties into her hock awful clean and awful good. And like I said, I love her angle. The red heifer come out of a competitive class, and her body and dimension, the way she comes together, especially up high. I love the way that back ties into her shoulders and the way she's really smooth in her lines. And she just tied her body into herself so much better in that class. And I just feel like she's so good up out through her loin edge and out through her tail head. And she's just one that does that awfully good. Now, she gets a little bit more wider based off her front end. And I'd like to see her kind of get out out here and move just a little bit freer off her back hinds. I mean, that's the deal where when that heifer's, to me, stopped and parked, I mean, she's as good looking as they come, and she's as ideal as you want. I mean, the question is, is she acceptable enough off her back end? And like I said, I'd like to see her just come a little bit neater off her front end. But I'm just saying, so that's the decision for me today. I'm going to take one more look, and I'm going to make a decision. So to me, but I think there's some nice stuff out here. Second places, respectively, nice cattle. Like I said, this has been a tough division. I'm going to get on with your show. Like I said, I know you got a day of it. So anyway, I'm going to take one more lap and make a couple decisions here, and we're going to go. And like I said, let's give our Angus people a big round of applause. Nice job.
And our congratulations going out to Nevada Murray with Golden Oak 1054, Magnolia 435M, our champion Angus for the 2025 Rising Stars show. And reserve champion honors going to London Matthews coming out of the first split with Pillar Pretentious 24-29. So once again, congratulations to Nevada Murray coming out of the third split with her heifer Golden Oak 1054 Magnolia 435M. Our champion Angus, reserve champion Angus, going to London Matthews coming out of split number 1 with Pillar Pretentious 24-29. We're going to take a quick break for photos, and then we're going to move into the AOB division, the all other breeds. In addition to the class sponsors, we also have a number of other sponsors, and we'd like to acknowledge a couple of them right now. Lloydminster Pet Pad. You can see them behind the announcer's stand. Summer and Jaden are strong supporters of the Rising Stars show. They've generously donated a jackpot tack box for one very lucky exhibitor today. For all your livestock and show supplies, along with those family pets, check out the Pet Pad, who are in attendance here today with their supply trailer or through their online show. So thanks very much, Lloydminster Pet Pad. It's great to have you here at our show today. We'd also like to thank Vermilion Energy, who supports the volunteer activities of their people and their families through the volunteer grant program. It's their way of encouraging the time and energy they give to a community on their personal time, and it helps create a culture of caring at Vermilion Energy. So thanks very much to Vermilion Energy for your sponsorship of our event today.
downtown LA, where I met her on an elevator on its way. We're up to the hotel room of my fiancée, but I never made it there, cause she come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a big potato. She spin me around and see you later. Wanna hate her, but I love her instead. We caught the red eye to Dubai. She was blowing through my door like it's going out of style. In general, I was a sensible guy, but that guy died when she come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a big potato. She spin me around and see you later. Wanna hate her, but I love her instead. Go. Well, I lost my job and all of my money, most of my friends and half of my mind. So messed up, it's a little funny, and I thought for sure that she was mine. But now I'm alone, just trying to get it right, picking up the pieces of my busted life. If she walked into this room tonight, I'd say, baby, won't you come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a big potato. She spin me around and see you later. Wanna hate her, but I love her instead. I wanna hate her, but I love her instead.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin.
Our first and only All Other Breeds class is making their way into the ring right now. We're starting off with Lily Brundage with Wolf Lake YA Juniper 03M. And she is wearing 322, just like the program. Heidi Beliski is next with entry number 500, red, and wearing number 500 in the show program as well. Melody Brundage with entry number 129, IRC Move Along 22M follows. Then Taylor Reed, wearing 318, showing 249 in your program with Dakota Princess. Brantley Horn, showing 155 in the program and wearing 123, is showing DL Gentai Mojo. Ayla Kendall Price is showing PWF Merida 1M. Showing 175, but wearing a show number that starts with 300.
Never gonna let the day begin. Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams.
We'd like to thank Venture Livestock, owned by Ann and Wayne Burgess of Olds, for sponsoring the AOB class. Their business model is focused on investing into high-end Limousin and Hereford females and working with strategic partners. They have achieved great success showing their animals at Maine events across Canada and always enjoy visiting with old and new cattle friends. Wayne and Ann wish every participant in the show the very best in today's show. The champion AOB heifer is sponsored by Wild Rose Reproductive Services, which is an on-farm delivery service providing nitrogen, AI supplies, tanks, semen from Select Sires, CMEX, ABS Canada, GenX, and and ST Genetics Canada, as well as pickup and delivery services. They travel from Brooks, Alberta to Fort St. John, BC, and into northern Saskatchewan, and everywhere in between. Their priority is to provide you with one-stop shop for the best breeding experience that's stress-free. Check them out online or social media. They truly are outstanding in their field. The reserve champion on AOB heifer is sponsored by Charolais Ranching, a family operation located in Sunny Nook, Alberta. Their herd consists of commercial Black Angus cows. Calves are backgrounded in the feedlot and run on the hard grass prairie as yearlings until they are marketed in October. They grow a wide variety of irrigated crops as well as some dryland grains. The Slorsteads wish the best of luck to all of the exhibitors today. So thanks very much to Venture Livestock, Wild Rose Reproductive Services, and Charolais Ranching for their sponsorship of the AOB division.
We have one class of AOB cattle, and like I said, there's a lot of choices, a lot of types, a lot of different angles here, and to me a lot of different options. But I feel like an obvious winner here and clear in my mind, I guess, is the young lady's heifer here. Very striking in her look and in her markings. She's one that's incredibly presented, incredibly shown, and she's just a heifer that she's got so much performance, and to me she's just a little bit more farther along in that respect. Now she does get a little bit more raw in her kind. I mean, she needs just a little more condition to me in my mind, a little bit more to me. Like I said, I'd like to soften her up, if you will, like her, to me, mellow her out, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But she has got the length, she's got the squareness, she comes to the ground good. She's a cool heifer. Way she comes up out of her neckline, keeps that chest floor clean. Like I said, the young lady does a tremendous job with her, and Jimmy's so well presented. And like I said, she's just an easy find in this particular division. And like I said, she'll be your champion AOB clearly out here today. I mean, to me, the contest can be in second and third, but for me, it's pretty easy for the red heifer to come here to reserve, just because she's got so much curvature to her underline for being more youthful compared to that champion that goes out ahead of her. But I love her sleeked up out of her neck, very soft, and to me, she's one that blends together good, nice up over her top line. She has some shape to her. You get her out here and you put her in motion, she comes down and sets that foot down nice and easy and soft, and I like the angle that she comes. Young lady does an awfully good job with her as well, and really makes my job easy, to appreciate her and to look at her. In the third and fourth heifers, I think both them heifers are similar in their underlines and their body shape. They're a little more tubular at this point. I feel like they're youthful. Both these heifers are very youthful. I feel like we're just have a little bit more dimension in our center body, to me, in the black heifer that goes out. This heifer gets out here and travels, and to me, as you put her out here in motion, just a little more athletic, And like I said, I love the markings on that heifer right there. I mean, this young lady has done a great job with her as far as presentation. I mean, she's a neat kind of heifer. She's just a little bit more tubular, a little bit more flatter, doesn't carry the overall dimension front to back as a heifer that goes out. And the next heifer, we completely change gears. I mean, this heifer is a little more terminal in her look, rugged in her kind. She's big-bodied, and she has tons of dimension as that goes. You just like to make her a little bit more sleeker and a little bit more feminine, take a little bit of that boldness of shoulder out of her, but she's a powerhouse when you look at her. And then we switch again, and we have one that's very youthful and to me a little more immature and probably not carrying the performance of some out here, but she's really nice up over her top line. I mean, her tailhead lays in there nice. It's just, her day is not today compared to what goes out ahead of her, but I think that could come down the line because there's a lot of nice parts and pieces there to work with. Young lady does a good job, neat kind of striking, kind of marking outstanding kind of female. Like I said, I'll give our young people a nice round of applause in your AOB division. Like I said, a really nice pair on top out here today.
Thank you very much, Kirk. So placings in that class, first place goes to Taylor Reed with Dakota Princess. She is also the AOB champion. Reserve champion honors going to Heidi Beliski with red. Third in class goes to Melody Brundage with IRC Move Along 22M. Fourth, Lily Brundage with Wolf Lake YA Juniper 03M. Fifth goes to Brantley Horn, who also gets the popcorn in this class with DL Gentai Mojo 696M. And sixth in class, Ayla Kendall Price with PWF Merida 1M. Reminder to first, second, and third that there are prizes for you over here by the announcer's stand. Come on over and check in with the ladies who are manning that booth. They will be glad to hand out some prizes to you. We're just taking a quick photo break before we move into the Charolais division. We'd like to acknowledge Snyder's Kettle Corn. Daryl and Debbie Snyder are no strangers to the livestock industry, but they have a new side venture making kettle corn. If you need snacks for your next event, contact Snyder's Kettle Corn. They'll be glad to set something up for you. And we'd like to thank them for sponsoring the popcorn for today's group. The Charolais heifers are making their way into the ring. Leading them off is Aubrey Fraser with CML Wilma 442M. And she is wearing show number 203, showing as 100 in the show catalog. Briar Blanchette is the next contestant and wearing number 120 with Longview Rain 74M. Keller Eaton is next, and Keller is wearing 602, showing 069 in the show program, showing SVY Covergirl 434M. Katie Kolonowski, is next with show entry number 237, showing 178 in the show program, SVY Starstruck 425M. And Bennett Blanchette is our final contestant in that class, wearing entry number 209, SVY Covergirl 405M. That is our one and only Charolais class. We would like to thank Danes Cattle and O'Neill Livestock of Innisfail for sponsoring this class, and they are a family-run operation just outside of Innisfail. They raise Charolais, Simmental, Maine's, Angus, and percentage cattle. They host a bull sale on the first Thursday in April, so coming up quick, and enjoy marketing and exhibiting cattle at various events in the fall. Their advice: never stop learning, asking questions, or reflecting. Thanks to Danes Cattle and O'Neill Livestock for their support of this Charolais class. As this is the only Charolais heifer calf class, our winner will be our champion, and that award is sponsored by Circle C Charolais. Circle C Charolais is located near Lamont, Alberta, and started in the Charolais business over 53 years ago. From the early beginnings, Circle C has always strived to offer its customer the best possible genetics, high fertility, and functional quality cattle. Circle C markets genetics, in the form of frozen embryos, semen, and live cattle, which have been exported to herds in Sweden, Mexico, China, Australia, the United States, and throughout Canada. They're glad to be a part of today's show and would like the exhibitors to know that somewhere in this barn there's a little kid that wants to be just like you. You owe it to them to be the best you can be. Thanks very much to Circle C Charolais. Reserve Champion Charolais Heifer is sponsored by KR Livestock at Wasetna. The Phillips family is a fifth-generation Century farm that's been lucky enough over the 100 years to be able to support our families solely from agriculture. Casey, Ariana, Cord, and Perry are no strangers to the show ring. They hold an annual bull sale and are also taking care of 5,000 acres of cropland. They're honored to have Cord assist with the Rising Stars Clinic this weekend. Thanks very much to KR Livestock for sponsoring the Reserve Champion Charolais Heifer Class Award. As well, we'd like to thank the Alberta Charolais Association for their support of the Rising Stars Clinic. Alberta Charolais Association was incorporated in 1961 in order to strengthen its members in the areas of cattle promotion, breed improvement, and continuous education and youth development. Thanks to the Alberta Charolais Association for their support.
Want to congratulate our Charolais exhibitors. To me, a nice set of cattle all the way through. And like I said, it kind of gets what you're looking for and liking. And you could do some changes in this particular lineup and still be right. That's how good the quality is all the way down to the one that concludes this particular class. But to me, I think there's an easy find here on top. I mean, this heifer is one that's the longest spine. She's so neat up out of her neckline and still good in her chest. She comes with some bone and really nicely well presented. She just one that very feminine in her kind and just has a lot of that show ring look, and she just carries a lot of bone, but she's just so uniform from front to back. Now she does get a little bit more looser made in her top, but I think that's due to the extra length that she has. But she's just one that puts everything together. To me, the best in this class, and I really like the way she extends up out of that front end. I mean, that kind of lines up with me, and so to me, but when you get behind her, she's got enough power and dimension and to me some shape to her, and I really appreciate that about her. The reserve was pretty easy for me as well. I mean, when I look at her body type and the way her squareness of hip and tailhead, young lady does a good job out here with her. She's just one that is good in her center body, and she's not as long spined as that heifer that goes out ahead, but she gets a little more rugged and to me a little bit more coarser in her neckline, and I think that's definitely the difference between the two. But she's still good kind of cattle. She's still a great Charolais heifer, and I mean, young lady does a good job, and like I said, she's easy to find out here as well. I think third and fourth was probably the decision maker for me in this particular class. Things were, I just felt like that third place heifer is probably just a little more uniform in her look. She lines up with a little bit more like what I like out through that front end, and that to me that extension. She's just a little bit more maternal, and to me a little more feminine, a little more sleek. I like her body type. She gets a little rounder in her hip, but I feel like she's a little square out through her tailhead to me than the heifer that goes behind her. I like the performance in that heifer that goes in here behind her. I mean, she's one that's got a lot of things going here for her, and she's one that's big barreled and big dimension. She just gets a little bit more coarser in her neckline and shoulder, and she just doesn't tie that her hip shape out quite as good and square to me as this one that goes out ahead of her. And I think we conclude, here's another nice heifer. I think her better days are down the line. So level over her top, so neat in her neck. I mean, she's one that's a little more greener and a little bit more raw in her kind compared to the ones that go out. I mean, she just needs more days on feed, a little bit more time and maturity, and to me to improve her. But I think she goes on and makes a nice bred heifer. I'm not sure if that's an opportunity for you, but I love that neckline. That's the chest floor and the neckline that I like. And to me, we just got to get her body shape and to me her maturity and her performance lined up with that. And I think we got a really nice heifer down the line. Congratulations to our Charolais exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause out here today.
Thank you very much, Kirk. Placings in the Charolais heifer class. First in class and champion Charolais heifer goes to Keller Eaton with SVY Cover Girl 434M. Second in class and reserve champion Charolais heifer goes to Katie Kolnoski with SVY Starstruck 425M. Third, Aubrey Fraser with CML Wilma 442M. Fourth in class, Bennett Blanchette, also getting the popcorn, SVY Cover Girl 405M. And fifth in class, Briar Blanchette with Longview Rain 74M. Another quick photo break before we move into the Hereford classes. Tamsin Bieber is a small-town farm girl who loved the book report cover. She grew up north of Camrose and was an active 4-H member and had the opportunity to show, judge, groom, and work with cattle throughout the extended area into Denver, Colorado. She has a BA in art and art history, so becoming a painter of cows is a natural flow. She loves painting beautiful messes where color, depth, texture, expression, and realism all come together to create something magical. The exhibitors of the Grand Champion Heifer and Steer will receive a custom painting of their animal done by Tamsin. So thanks very much to Tamsin Bieber. When I knew Tamsin, she was Tamsin Hodgetts, but thanks very much to her. She is a very talented artist. Parkview Farms are sponsoring an exhibitor draw. They are a 4th-generation family farm operating in Fallon, Alberta with diverse sectors in cattle, grain, and purebred Black Angus genetics. Thanks to the Schmidt family of Parkview Farms for their sponsorship of the exhibitor draw.
The best thing and the worst thing happened today. She moved on with another guy and got engaged. And now my heart's set free from its cage, but it stings like hell on the way out. The best thing and the worst thing happened today. I'm moving on. Driving 99 down the 405, windows down and blaring third eye blind, because I've never been so alone, and I've never been so alive. Driving 99 down the 405, yeah, I'm moving on, I'm moving. Best thing and the worst thing happened today. I'm moving on, I'm moving on, I'm moving
So following the champion female class, which we have a few more divisions to get through. We've got some Herefords, some Maines, some Shorthorns, and some Simmentals, and then I believe we move into the champion heifer class. So following that champion heifer class, we would ask all of our sponsors to please make their way to the backdrop. We'd love to get a photo of all the sponsors who are present here today. So, and that will be following the pictures of our champion heifers. The next photo opportunity will be with sponsors. So If you are a sponsor of the show, we'd sure love to have you in that sponsor picture. We are very appreciative of all of the support which we have received from the industry breeders and suppliers of materials and equipment here today. So we'd love to see a picture of all of you. The Herefords are making their way into the ring, and they're being led off by Mia Mackey with WBHR Moonshine 7M. Oh. Ava Mackey is next in the ring with WBHR Moneymaker 1M. Then Warren Westerland with DGB Copperstone Maiden 6M. And Paige Van Sickle is the final entry in that class, and she is showing Hollywood. This is an added entry to your show program. Paige Van Sickle wearing show number 305 with Hollywood, and the birth date is February the 26th of 2024. That's Paige Van Sickle, Hollywood, February 26th, 2024. The Hereford class number 1 is sponsored by Crooked Lake Farm. The Burkhart family raise natural, antibiotic-free, hormone-free, grass-fed beef from Angus Hereford cattle near Wetaskiwin, Alberta. They believe in sustainable farming practices and use low-stress handling techniques when working with their animals. Thanks very much to the Burkhart family of Crooked Lake Farm for sponsoring this first class.
as we start your Hereford division, and like I said, if you're curious on the outside, because I was, I'll be honest with you, I had to ask this question. So anyway, and I guess this class is set up for Hereford or Hereford Cross. So anyway, so to me, a Hereford influence, I guess I should say. And to me, so I'm going to go with the gray heifer. You know what? I feel like she's the most ring ready, great on presentation. Young lady does a great job with her. I think she's the one that ties everything together. She's good on her feet and legs, carries a lot of bone. She's upstanding kind of female, comes with some top shape. And she's just one that, to me, like I said, ties in through that shoulder and up through her neck and head. And I just think she's one that surfaces fairly quickly. I really like the heifer in second. I mean, she's one that's very genuine and honest. You know, I like her bone. You know, she's one that's very maternal and good looking in her look, and she's one that is awfully good. You know, she's probably not as stout featured, as the one that goes out ahead of her today, but I think she lands in here awfully nice in second. You know, the biggest bone heifer is the heifer in third. I mean, she's one that's really cool out through her top. She's one that's rugged in her build. She's just raw. I mean, today, phenotypically, you just like to give her a little bit more mellowness and a little bit more softness of composition, but there's a tremendous amount of bone to that heifer, and like I said, she is truly a rugged kind of female out here today. Just needs to soften up, mellow up a little bit to me to move her up any higher today. I just don't think she blends together in one package quite as good as the two that go out ahead of her today. The next heifer is, to me, doesn't balance up quite as good. She gets a little bit more trim from her shoulders back. She gets a little bit more heavy up through her neckline. It shows just a little bit more brisket and shows a little bit more front. To me, I just like to sleek her up a little bit to make her match her body type, if you would, to move her up any higher today. But there again, a nice set of cattle to me out here today, starting off your Hereford show. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Kirk. Placings in the first of two groups of Hereford heifers. First place goes to the added entry from Paige Van Sickle, and that is with her heifer Hollywood, born on February the 26th, 2024. Second goes to Warren Westerland with DGB Copperstone Maiden 6M. Third goes to Maya Mackey with WBHR Moonshine 7M. And fourth goes to Ava Mackey with WBHR Moneymaker 1M. And Ava, you also get the popcorn. Paige and Warren, we're going to see you back following this class. Class now in the ring is the second of two splits of Hereford heifers. Leading off is Daphne Schwab wearing show number 259, wearing show number 311, but showing in your catalog as 259, Blair Athol 1G Sparkle 35M. Dirty Dones is the next in the group, and that is Bar RZ 32E Davney 40M. Blake Fisk is next, wearing show number 111, but showing 98 in your show program with Fisk Susie Q 415M. And finishing off this class is Elizabeth Schwab, with entry number 330, showing 261 in the program. Aries Acres XLP Camille 65M. Ladies and gentlemen, the second of two splits of Hereford heifers. And this class is sponsored by Big Gully Farms of Maidstone, Saskatchewan. Big Gully Farms is a Hereford and Polled Hereford operation owned by Lance and Sherry Leachman, situated near Maidstone, Saskatchewan. They host a bull sale the second Thursday of each December, where they market yearling and 2-year-old commercial bulls. We welcome Lance and Sherry to our show this year, supporting the Hereford exhibitors. So thanks very much to Big Gully Farms of Maidstone, Saskatchewan, for sponsoring this second class of Hereford heifers.
As we get into your second class of Hereford and Hereford influence females, I just feel like, this black heifer, she's just one that's dominating as far as you look at her rib shape and her body, and to me, her performance and her maternal look. Up-headed, young lady does a great job with her, beautifully presented and shown, but she carries some center body dimension, bone. You get her out here in the ring, she really gets around the ring, very keen off her back legs, and to me, gets them softened, and to me, sets them down on the ground square, and she's just the one that surfaces pretty quickly for me. Second, third was a decision for me, and I'm going with the dark red heifer. She's a big bone kind of female, but I think when you compare these two, I think she's a little bit more uniform in her blend. I think when you get behind these two heifers, there's just obviously more dimension and center shape to the dark red heifer that goes out in second. Just a neat kind of female. She's not quite as square from front to back as, to me, the heifer that goes out, but she's a really cool kind of female out here and lands in second here pretty easily for me. Like I said, the third place heifer, she's similar in her kind. She's square off her top line, and tailhead sits in there nice. Like I said, got good bone. She just doesn't carry the dimension and power in the center with the muscle compared to the one that goes out ahead. I think we conclude here's a heifer that kind of leans off where two ahead of her are probably stout made, and to me, they got a lot of internal shape. To me, she's a little more refined and a little bit more flatter made. You love that heifer up over her top. I mean, her lines are good. She's crisp in that regard. She's just not as powerful as the ones that go out ahead here today. Let's give our Hereford people a big round of applause and influence out here today as well.
Thank you very much, Kirk. Placings in the second group of Hereford heifers. First place goes to entry from Blake Fisk with Fisk Susie Q 415M. Second, Elizabeth Schraub with Eris Acres XLP Camille 65M. Third, Daphne Schaub with Blair Athol 1G Sparkle 35M. And fourth, Jody Dones with Bar RZ 32E Daphne 40M. Class in the ring now is the champion Hereford heifer class, and we have representing the first split, Paige Van Sickle with Hollywood and Warren Westerland with DGB Copperstone Maiden 6M. From the second split, Blake Fisk with Fisk Susie Q 415M and Elizabeth Schaub with Eris Acres XLP Camille 65M. We'd like to acknowledge and thank Sky Virtue from Thorsby, Alberta, as the sponsor of the champion Hereford heifer, reserve champion sponsored by CS Ranching. Another double sponsor, thanks to Shannon and Calvin Grabler from Chair Hill, along with their boys. They divide their time between Red Angus and Hereford cattle, along with being great volunteers in their farming area with the 4-H and local shows. They're strong supporters of youth in agriculture and can be found supporting many events throughout the province. Thanks very much, CS Ranching.
As we select your champion out here, once again, a nice division. Like you said, a little bit of different kind of options, if you will, but I think this thing comes apart pretty easy. And, we kind of come out here in this first class, and that heifer is more upstanding, and she's a little farther along in maturity, and you love her in her lines. She's got a good look. Young lady does a good job with her. You'd like to sleek her up in that front 1/3, but, you get her in motion. She's just really good in her angle and in her groundwork, and she's just one that comes with that softness and center body, and I think she's in the right kind of rig and kind of shape, to me, at her present day of age. So, to me, a nice female that started off that particular class. One that's really showy, comes out of class 2, and up-headed, one that's just got a tremendous amount of look to her. I love her angle down to the ground. I mean, she just transitions down into that foot. She's one that carries some muscle and shape, just tons of eye peel, tons of center body. She's just one that's awfully cool. She's just a neat kind of heifer. I'm going to take another spin out here, and then I'll make a decision. Let's give our young people a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
So our champion comes out of the second split from Blake Fisk with Fisk Susie Q 415M. Congratulations to Blake. And our reserve champion comes out of the first split. That is Paige Van Sickle with Hollywood. So again, our congratulations to our champion, Blake Fisk with Fisk Suzy Q 415M. Reserve champion, Paige Van Sickle with Hollywood. We're going to take another short photo break, and we'll be coming back with the Maine breeding heifer class. We have one split of Maine heifers. There is a silent auction happening over by the concession area, just over to my west. And so that will be happening until just before the Steer Grand Champion class, and then they will be closing that out. I'd also like to acknowledge as well that the concession is open in that area and will be open for most of the rest of the day. So if you're looking for something to eat or drink, check them out. They would be glad to give you a hand with things. Egg and Land and Cattle also sponsored one of our exhibitor draws, and we thank them for their support. One of our other sponsors is quite evident up here on the announcer stand area, and that is DLMS. They are a livestock internet marketing company broadcasting sales and shows over the internet. A special congratulations goes out to Mark Sholigan and the DLMS Purebred team for receiving the Canadian Livestock Industry Leader of the Year Award for 2025 at the National Western Stock Show in Denver, Colorado. Mark, Joanne, Daisy, Keegan, Evan, Carter, Cheyenne, and the entire Purebred team go above and beyond promoting the purebred industry. We appreciate the support of all of the events that they support, but most particularly Rising Stars today. One of our other sponsors that we appreciate is Brandel Fabrication. Winton Brandel of Jarvie, Alberta, is not only a livestock exhibitor at shows, but also a creator of many useful livestock items. From cattle scratchers, mineral feeders, or show equipment, such as half chutes and straight bars, he can meet all of your needs. Thanks to Brandel Fabrication for including us in your raffle ticket donation, along with donating our reserve champion prizes. So thanks very much to Winton Brandel of Brandel Fabrication.
Everything's alright. We don't have anywhere to be. Right here we got hallway. Lock the door and
We're going to move into the Maine Breeding Heifer Show, and leading off is Shelby Horn, and she is wearing 228 in the show program, 157 with, she's showing KMS Traveler, 131U, 35M. Kurt Uremko is the next one in, and wearing 314, showing 325 in the program, WFSC GRNN Matahari, 431. Taylor Reed is wearing 318, showing 337 in the program, PCF Millie 74M, and Jaden Warren wearing 319, showing 303 in the program, is showing Dinero Miss Mocha 43M. We have one class of Maine heifers, and we'd like to acknowledge Carpathian Land and Cattle for sponsoring the class. The Uremkos are a family farming operation which involves cow-calf, a backgrounding feedlot, custom grazing, grain, and a sheep flock raising and finishing lambs. They're a huge supporter of youth in agriculture and the 4-H program. You can find them throughout the year at junior and open shows exhibiting heifers and steers across Canada. The Champion Heifer Award is sponsored by Reed Ranching. Reed Ranching Incorporated is a family-run operation near Hereford, Saskatchewan. It consists of a 250-cow commercial herd and 2,500 acres of cereals, oilseed corn, and certified grass seed. In the winter months, they run a 1,500-head lot. Derek, Bev, and their kids, Cole, Hunter, and Taylor, take pride in running a smooth and efficient operation and strive to produce the best products possible. The Junior Show program holds a special place for them, as it is where Cole, Hunter, and Taylor have found their place, made friends, and developed numerous skills that will help them throughout their life. Reed Ranching supports youth in agriculture wherever possible to promote the future of the industry. Bev was named 2024 Showmom of the Year by Ringside Magazine. Congratulations, Bev, and thanks to Reed Ranching for their support. The heifer class, the Reserve Champion Maine Heifer is sponsored by Shuckbird Cattle Company, and we certainly appreciate their support of this event.
Nice Maine division. Really, nicest, one of the nicer classes we've had in here for as far as depth. And I just feel like there's a clear winner here on top. I mean, this heifer checks the boxes, puts things together, blends things together. Young lady does a great job of ring presentation, showing and presenting this heifer. But she just one that's big-bodied, neat up out of her tailhead, and she's one that's level. And when you look at her body length, she's not too short, not too long. I think she's very uniform in her body length, and to me she just comes together so nice, really nice up out of her neckline, and you get behind her, she has some internal shape, and but when you look at her as she travels around the ring, she when she gets comfortable and when she gets to me, where she's not pushing into the hall, but I'm just telling you what, she lays it down like I like, and I like the angle that she comes, and I just think she's one that surfaces pretty quick, and definitely one that's in the contender division and one that can stand some more competition. For for me, second and third, and I did switch here. This heifer is just a little farther along. I feel like the third place heifer is just a little bit too skinny at this point. But I mean, there's some things I like about here over the second place heifer. The reserve here is so good out of her neckline. I mean, she's so up-headed. I like that about her. She's not as easy to look at on the way she's being shown. She's fighting things a little bit. You got to kind of work with her and to me read her a little bit. But she's really good in her length, and I think she's good on her feet and legs. She gets just steep enough to me off them back hinds that there's some concern there. But I like her length. I like her eye appeal. I like her chest floor. I like that lean neck. She's one that's not as far along as the champion out here today. But I think she comes in here, and I feel like she's farther along than our third place heifer. I love the way this heifer in third comes down to the ground. I love her leg angle. I like it better than the reserve. She's good on her angle off her front end. She's one that's uniform in her top line. Like I said, she's got some natural center body to her for being so thin as she is. And I'm just saying I like her muscle shape. It's very long, ties in good to her hock. I mean, just that heifer's better days is down the line. I think every bite of feed, that one gets better. So don't give up on that one by any means. And I think when you conclude here, we got more, in the States, we have what we call market heifers. And I think that, would be where this heifer would fall because, she's very terminal in her look. She's very stout featured, and she's one that, honestly, when you look at her, she'd have made one heck of a steer. I mean, she would have. Now, whether she turns into a steer mama, that's yet to be decided, but I'm just telling you, she could. She gets a little more rigid in her hock design, doesn't maybe set them down quite as easy, and then just gets a little more rounder in her hip and loose in her loin. And, like I said, I'd like to just kind of mellow her out a little bit, compared to the ones that go out ahead of her. But once again, a nice set of cattle, a nice Maine on Jew breed out here today. Let's give our young people a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Kirk. Congratulations to Taylor Reed, our class winner and champion Maine heifer with PCF Millie 74M. Second place and reserve champion honors going to Shelby Horn with KMS Traveler 131U 35M. Third in class, Kurt Yaremko with WFSC GRNN Matahari 431M. Fourth in class is Jaden Warren with Donero Ms. Mocha 43M, and Jaden gets the popcorn. In the last Hereford class, my apologies, I missed announcing that Jordy Dones will be the recipient of the popcorn. So if you see Jordy, remind him to come on up to this front end of the ring and pick up some popcorn from Kathy.
up in the morning to whistles and bells. The city's got its stories to tell. Voices lift easy, they come out like the ocean swells. Tonight I'm looking far past a bottle in my hand. Sometimes it's all the truth I can stand. I just follow the way the wind, it blows my plans. And I'm tied to your tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love. The dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above once again. The story will find me, and I'll turn to words how I should have fallen for a bluebird. At least you know each spring they always return. And I've learned to capture this mixture of shadows and glory, hang them up like pictures on the wall, and stay laughing through my tears after it all. And I'm tied to your tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love. The dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above once again. To your tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love. The dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above, and I rise above once again.
Coming into the ring is our first and only group of Shorthorn heifers. Leading off is entry number 119, showing 121 in your program, Rexton Griffith with Mouse. Next up is Kendall Pym with 6S Red Reba 51M ET. And Kendall is wearing entry number 234, showing 227 in the show program. Rhea Gunderson is next with entry number 125, Wasque Miss Mercury 9M. Mason Zwicker rounds out the class with entry number 304, showing 334 in the show program with JTPH Affliction 91M. The Shorthorn class is sponsored by Oberg Auctions. Dawn and Angela live just west of Rimbey, and founded in 1993, Dawn has been selling sales across Canada for over 30 years. Dawn is a multi-award-winning professional auctioneer in both Canada and the United States, including Canadian champion livestock auctioneer, 6-time consecutive World Livestock Auctioneer Champion semifinalists, and top 4 at the U.S. National Auctioneer Championships. Dawn and Angela provide all aspects of the auction industry from sale setup to settlement, as Angela is very active in their business, providing clerking, settlement, phone bids, etc. Oberg Auction Services is proud to work with many junior or youth organizations and shows as possible to ensure the continued growth of the agriculture community. The Reserve Champion Shorthorn is sponsored by Bear Acres Shorthorn of Red Deer County. Bear Acres Shorthorns originated from cows purchased from the Bear Brothers Shorthorn of Hickson, BC. They consign cattle to Alberta's Fine Bulls and Heifer Sale and the All-Star Classic. We'd like to thank them for sponsoring the Reserve Champion Shorthorn Award. We'd also like to thank Granite Quarry Farms, John Mulcair of Red Deer, for sponsoring the class. John Mulcair from Granite Quarry Farms is based in Red Deer, Alberta. They raise a few show cattle across Canada and are big supporters of youth shows and rodeo programs. John can be found at many agriculture events, and when he's not supporting the youth, he's probably cooking up something real special in the kitchen. Thanks to John for being one of our volunteers and for sponsoring the Shorthorn class. The champion Shorthorn heifer was sponsored by Oberg Auction Services, so thanks to them as well.
As we get into your Shorthorn breeding, probably a little more challenging, I guess, for me in this particular breed division. And there's a lot of things about the top 3 here that I like, and I don't know if there's a dominating one in here, but I feel like there's just a lot of good things about several of them. And I think I like the markings on the Shorthorn heifer that I'm going to use for champion. She's one that's to me good in her bone. I think she's uniform from front to back. I think she's one that comes with the most balance. I think the separation is of these champions, and it's kind of like, to me, I feel like, not that I try to pair up cattle, because I feel like they're their own individual. I do feel like these two pair up awfully good, if you will, on that aspect. But I just feel like this, to me, champion heifer, she's just stouter featured. When you get behind her, there's just more of her. I mean, she's, I don't know how big she's going to get. There's some concern there. But like I said, I'm not a crystal ball kind of guy. It is what it is, and today's the day, and that's the way I'm going to call it, because I think cattle have their days. And to me, there's going to be cattle down the line, that maybe didn't place as high as they, would have today, but yet their best days are down the line. So I think it's very important that we stay focused on the ends and stay focused on our goals and try to do the best that we can every time, every trip. The reserve heifer is a little more refined in her bit. I really like, she's a little more feminine for me. She's a little more my kind, to be honest with you. I like that sleekness, but she kind of gets a little directional off her back hind. She just doesn't plant quite as square as the champion that I'm using today. She just wants to hawk in, and she just doesn't carry that definition of muscle, but she's just probably a little leaner in her kind. And I think we get into the third place heifer. This is the one that I'm drawn to. It's just that she gets a little more refined and gets a little more locked in her hawk. I mean, when she gets out here and travels, she gets high twisted when you get behind her, and just the way she's built in that whole upper hip down to the ground, there's some concern there. But I like that eye appeal out of her front end. Like I said, she's more my kind, to be honest with you. I like that look, and I like that presence. And you know what, and she's, to me, is a first or third kind of female. But today she's just a little bit more trim. And like I said, we're not getting a great show on her today, and it's just hard to analyze her just a little bit. And I think we conclude here's a heifer that just more rugged in her build, and she just doesn't come across quite as sleek and, to me, quite as balanced as the cattle that go out. But there's just, like I said, a lot of parts and pieces there that are good. They just don't tie themselves together quite as good as the ones that go out ahead of her today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kirk. Placings in the Shorthorn breeding heifer class. First place goes to Mason's Wicker with JTPH Affliction 91M. That is also our champion Shorthorn. Second goes to Ray Gunderson with Wasque Miss Mercury 9M ET, and that is our reserve champion Shorthorn. Third in class, Kendall Pym with 6S Red Reba 51M ET. And fourth in class, Rexton Griffith with Mouse. Rexton also receives the popcorn for this in this class. A reminder once again that first, second, and third all receive prizes, so they should make their way over to the prize table if they have not done so already, so that they can pick up their prizes. And we have announced winners of popcorn, the Popcorns Awards in all the classes, and they should make their way over to the prize area as well to collect their popcorn. We'd like to acknowledge Rio Grande Angus. They're a purebred black operation located in the Peace Country where they grain farm as well. For the last 15 years, they've been carefully selecting and raising Angus cattle that thrive for commercial and seed stock producers. Their herd has come together just for them, displaying good foot quality, excellent disposition, easy keeping, well-muscled bulls with performance, and females that they're proud of and hate to part with. They also offer an elite embryo genetics program consisting of their own proven genetics as well as top seed stock producers with a strict AI program. They have a sale the third Monday of March annually and are pleased to sponsor a fantastic show like this, wishing all the competitors good luck. And we'd like to thank Clint, Anna, Tyler, Wyatt, and Faith Collins for their support of our show today. As I mentioned previously, there is a concession available throughout the day. Please support them as they generously donated their time to produce 100 breakfast sandwiches for the exhibitors today. And those breakfast sandwiches were sponsored by Lockhart Valley Simmentals. So thanks to Lockhart Valley, and remember that you can get something to eat or drink at the concession. First class of Simmentals is heading into the ring now, and we are leading off with entry number 006 from Brooklyn Bolter, Boss Lake, Ms. Passion 414M. Second in is entry number 302. In your show program 211, Reese Morrison with CHM, Lady in Red 27. Natalie Koberstein is next, wearing 605, but showing in the show program as 177 with TK Joy 33M. Wyatt Beliski wearing show program number 306, showing as 307 in your show program with WFL Black Alley 4117M. Hayden Kamla showing with number 127, but show program number 170 is with LAR Emmy 421M. And rounding out the class, Riley Charbonneau wearing show program number 223 with BEE Elevated Destiny 306M. That is our first group of Simmental heifers. We'd like to thank the Alberta Simmental Association for their support of this class. The Alberta Simmental Association is committed to an active leadership role in promoting Simmental as a highly sought-after, productive, and efficient breed. They recognize the value of both purebred and Simmental influenced cattle. The association knows the value of youth in agriculture and is proud to support today's show along with the activities of the Alberta Young Canadian Simmental Association. So thanks very much to the Alberta Simmental Association for supporting this class.
Really deep class of Simmental females starting off your Simmental show. Very impressive. And like I said, the heifer that leads off here is just one that's a clear winner and definitely has the, to me, advantage here for what I like. And she puts so many things together, and she's one that's so striking in her look and really neat and contours in her lines. And she's just one that is very impressive. I mean, she's one that, you know, she blends together. I don't think she's extreme in any shape or form or trait, but her center body is good. She's soft in her look, really neat, tremendously shown and fitted and ring presented here today. You know, when we get her out on the walk, she has enough angle for me today. I mean, there's a little bit. I'd like to give her a shot of cushion, you know, right there in her pasterns if I could improve her a little bit, but she's not doing anything to me drastic on there. I just like to give her just a shot more angle, but she does travel well with that. that. I just like to see that in her to make her exceptionally out here today. I think the heifer in second is also awfully good, and a superior kind of female, if you will. She's so good in her center body, and young man does a great job with her out here. She's good in her hip and shape. To me, she's good up over her top. I think she's really in the nice kind of shape and rig. I mean, for her day of age, she gets a little bit more, to me, restricted in her walk. I'd call her a little bit more tighter in her travel, but I'd like to loosen her a little bit. But man, you get her planted and get her stopped. That's just good kind of cattle. Got that show ring look. Young man does a great job. I like the heifer in third. She follows to me the suit of these other ones up here today. She just gets a little more opened up. She's just a little more rugged up through her front end. Probably doesn't tie as good into that fore rib. And to me, I'd like to see her get out here and move just a little bit better. But what I really think the separation is here today is from her front 1/3 forward. She's just not as trim and sleek, and her shoulders don't lay in quite as good to me as the two that go out ahead. And I think that gets into the red heifer. The red heifer, she's rugged built. She's cool made. I mean, she's a powerhouse. I mean, there's just a lot of product there to that female. She's just a little bit more deeper in her neck and bolder in her shoulder, and just gets a little bit more loose in her top shape. And I think that was a separation between her and the heifer that goes out ahead of her. After she stands there, she wants to loosen up and get softened up in that top line. But when she's out here in travel, she sets them down as good as anything out here. I think the next heifer is a little more upstanding, a little more trim. She's one that's eye appealing, got a good look to her. She just doesn't carry the dimension maybe as the cattle that go out ahead of her today. Like I said, she's got a good look to her, a good pattern to her. You just like to give her a little bit more substance and shape and dimension to me to compete any higher. And I think we conclude there's a heifer that you really appreciate from her in her back to me 2/3. I mean, her 1/3 forward. She just gets a little bit more looser made, a little bit more heavier to me in her throat latch, and just a little bit more coarser in her neck and head, to me to move up any higher today. But to me, a nice set of cattle, really tremendous set of impressive set of heifers starting off your Simmental breed. Let's give our young people a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Kirk. Placings in our first class. First place goes to Brooklyn Bolter with Boss Lake Ms. Passion 414M. Second, Wyatt Beliski with WFL Black Alley 417M. We're going to see those two heifers back following two more splits of Simmentals. Third in class, Natalie Koberstein with TK Joy 33M. Fourth, Reese Morrison with CHM Lady in Red 27M. Fifth, Hayden Camlaw with LAR Emmy 421M. And sixth, Riley Charbonneau with BEE Elevated Destiny 306M. Riley Charbonneau takes home the popcorn for that group. Next in class, we have our second split of 3 in Simmental breeding heifers. Leading off the group is entry number 320, Addison Charbonneau with CFS Mamma Mia 201M. Trayton French is wearing entry number 121, but 111 in your show program. LUV Ms. Lady May 413M. Abby Rancier wearing entry number 220, but 244 in your show program. RF Scream 4128. Rio Noble is wearing 308, but 225 in your show program. Black Gold Ms. Haley 96M. And wearing number 124, but showing 196 in your show program is Hawk and Mater with Mater Violet 75M. That is our second group of Simmentals, and we'd like to thank CLC Cattle Company for their sponsorship of this class. CLC Cattle Company is from Claresholm, Alberta, and is comprised of Carmen, Lauren, and Charles White, 3 young, up-and-coming individuals in the agriculture industry. They run their Sim Angus herd at Claresholm, Alberta, on land homesteaded by their great-grandfather in 1892. Their brand has been in use in Alberta for 128 years. Thanks very much to the Whites of CLC Cattle.
north side so I can find my way. Lord knows I've walked the south streets, I've wasted hearts and days. So take it all, take everything from me and bring it on. Take me down to shining waters, towns of grit and pride. Let me check my own soul, I've nowhere left to hide. And take it all, take everything from me and bring it on.
Pretty much clear winner here, and I think this class separates and sorts itself out. And I mean, there's some changes in, specifically these top two, because I think when you look at these two and this pair, like I said, they go together well, and I think they complement each other. And the heifer that I chose to use, I just feel like she's more of a breeding piece. I feel like she's more one that is a little flatter in her shape and her design. She's one that's extremely well shown and presented. She's one that to me gets out here, and when you put her in the travel, she floats around the ring and she comes down comfortable. And like I said, from her shoulders back, she's just made as good as you can make one. Now from her shoulders forward, she gets a little bit more deeper in her neck and a little coarser up through her head. And I don't like that about her. I'd like to kind of make her a little bit more feminine, but that's that it is what it is. And like I said, there's so much good about her, and so little that you change that. I'm good with that. So I love her center body. I love her underline. I just think she's a cool kind of female to me, especially when you get up on her, and she just ties in well. I like the second place heifer. She's also, I think, balances well. She's got a better look out of her front end. I can't argue that. She gets a little bit more shorter bodied. I love her center body. Gets a little bit more, to me, a little bit more rounder in her hip and muscle shape. But she's also awfully good. Definitely both those heifers are competitive and contending kind of female. The third place heifer is upstanding. She's one that's growthy, comes with a lot of performance, and to me she's one that gets a little bit more prominent in her chest floor, a little more developed out there, and a little bit more bolder. She's just not as, to me, true. She doesn't transition into her chest to me as good as those ones that come, but I love her center body, good on her feet and legs. She's a big upstanding kind of female. Same as goes as the heifer, red heifer comes in here next. I love that heifer. She's good bone. She's a good mate. She's got a good rib shape to her. She just gets a little bit bolder in her chest. I mean, I feel like we're seeing a lot of condition up there. I mean, a lot of fat up there in that chest, and there's a little bit of concern there. I'd just like to maybe trim her back a little bit, but that's a neat made heifer as well. I think we got a flatter made heifer here that just doesn't carry the boldness of a power and dimension, and to me she just gives up too much here today to move her up any higher up here in the class today. Nice set of Simmentals and a very competitive Simmental breed. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Kirk. Placings in our second group of Simmental breeding heifers. First place goes to Abby Rancier with RF Scream 4128. Second, Hawk and Mater with Mater Violet 75M. Third in class, Rio Noble with Black Gold Ms. Haley 96M. Fourth, Addison Charbonneau with CFS Mamma Mia 201M. And fifth, Trayton French with LUV Ms. Lady May 413M. And Trayton takes home the popcorn. In the ring now, the final group of Simmental breeding heifers. And we lead off with entry number 211, showing 072, Brielle Egan with Andrew Classy Bet 1004M. Next in was entry number 230, showing 315 in class, Dayton Wilson with Molly. Luke Brundage is next with 221 RPCC Black Maddie 210M. Weston Fahe is following that with 232, showing 090 in the program, Ultra HVAL Wanda 49M. Colton Downing with entry number 240, showing 68 with PJV 108M. And Rylan Harder rounded off the class with 201, showing number 130, SFR Signature Maple 1M. This class is sponsored by the Alberta Simmental Association. We'd like to thank them again for their sponsorship. They are committed to taking an active leadership role promoting Simmental as a highly sought-after, productive, and efficient breed. They recognize the value of both purebred Simmental, and Simmental-influenced cattle. The association knows the value of youth in agriculture and is proud to support today's show along with the activities of the Alberta Young Canadian Simmental Association. Thanks very much to the Alberta Simmental Association for their support of the show today.
Another nice class of Simmentals, and like I said, this has been probably as competitive as a breed, and as far as with quality, and to me, just good cattle all the way down through here. And I think this heifer surfaces quick for me. She's the one that's the most uniform, and she's the one that blends together. And she's youthful in her look. I love her center body. I mean, she's one that comes with some boldness of dimension. I love that underline, that natural curvature to her underline. She's just really, really genuine and legit in that regard. And she's kind of what you see, what you get, kind of female. The thing that to me separates her from the rest of the class is the way she gets around the ring. You put her in motion, she comes with the angles, she comes with the softness. To me, she comes with, some integrity down to the ground that I really, really like. And I like the second place heifer. I mean, she's bold and very high volume kind of female, maybe as much as anything in the class. Maybe it's the fourth one too, but I'm just saying, this one here is very complete from front to back. She comes with some shape. Young lady does a nice job with her. She just gets a little bit more short in her stride, a little more rigid off her walk, and she just doesn't handle herself quite as true and quite as free to me as the heifer that goes out ahead of her today, but all awfully solid. We come into third, and I think here's one that's long spined, and she has some length, and to me I think that contributes to maybe why she's probably not as deep in her center body compared to the two that go out, because I do think she carries some extra length. She's awesome in her chest floor, great out through her neckline, neat in her head marking, and she's one that I think her better days are down the line. She's another one of them that we take care of business. I think we're going to have some fun. So anyway, we just got to give a little more belly on her. That's what she needs. That's the homework leaving here. I think we come into the red heifer. I mean, you need that belly on that heifer right there, and we got something. I mean, just saying is, I like that body shape that she has. She's big and bold in her bone. Just gets coarser out through her neckline. She's just not as sleek and to me neat as the ones that go out. I really like the heifer that comes behind her. There's another one that I feel like possibly sleeper type cattle if we take her home and do some homework and take care of business. I mean, she's good looking. She's got some length to her. She's just skinny. I mean, that heifer is trim and needs some body, and she just needs a little bit more condition. I think that heifer, is one that, like I said, is a sleeper. She's one that, possibly could surface down the line and be like, where'd this one come from? It could be her. So I'm just saying, my advice is to go home, take care of business, and I think you could have some fun down the line. And I think the red heifer here is awfully good as well. She's long. She's just looser made. I mean, she's sound on her feet and legs, but she just doesn't gather herself quite as true all the way through. And, she's just one that not as neat as some of the ones that go out here today. But a nice set of, to me, Simmental cattle out here today and a very competitive Simmental breed. Let's give our young people a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Kirk. Placings in the third group of Simmental heifers. First place, Luke Brundage with RPCC Black Maddie 210M. Second in class, Brielle Egan with Andrew Classy Bet 1004M. Third, Dayton Wilson with Molly. Fourth, Weston Fahey with Ultra HVAL Wanda 49M. Fifth, Colton Downing with PJV 108M. And sixth in class, Rylan Harder with SFR Signature Maple 1M. And Rylan takes home the popcorn. In the ring now is the champion Simmental. In the first split, Brooklyn Bolter with Boss Lake Ms. Passion 414M was our class winner. And also from that class, Wyatt Beliski with WFL Black Alley 4117M. Second group, First in that group was Abby Rancier with RF Scream 4128. And also coming out of that class, Hawken Mater with Mater Violet 75M. And from the third split, Luke Brundage with RPCC Black Maddie 210M. And Brielle Egan with Andrew Classy Bet 1004M. This is the championship Simmental class. Rancier Farms sponsors the Champion Award. Garth and Ange Rancier are fourth generation for Rancier Farms, and the fifth generation is becoming more involved every day. Their operation consists of a black-based cow herd of black and red, purebred and percentage Simmental cows, and a grain operation located at Killam in central Alberta. Rancier Farms uses the show ring as a marketing tool, an opportunity to stay in contact with many commercial and purebred breeders, and to exhibit a small sample of what we have to offer at the farm. They are proud to be part of the Maxwell Rancier Bull Sale held early every spring near Viking. And they also market some elite females at select sales each fall. The reserve champion Simmental heifer is sponsored by the Alberta Simmental Association, who is proud to sponsor youth events across Alberta. So thanks to them for their support.
Okay. Thank you. Like I said, once again, great Simmental breed, and I think a lot of quality all the way through. I was actually listening to you, and Viking Canada sounds like way north to me. You know what I mean? I can promise you there's not a Viking, Oklahoma, and I don't even research that, right? But anyway, so awesome. I mean, I'm just telling you what, been a fun day, and like I said, we are, continue to keep the bars set up there. We continue to keep the quality of cattle coming in here, and I think when you look at your first and seconds respectively, just a tremendous set of cattle. And I hope, like, when you look at these three out here specifically, to me, they have a look. I like the size that they are. I think we can do a lot of things from a breeding standpoint with that. We can go, to me, a lot of different directions, and to me, that's a good thing. And I think we started out this breed in the first class, and I think that heifer is phenomenal. I mean, she's one that's very feminine. She's just has cow power wrote on her as well with the show ring look. She's one that's very square in her hip, but she's just beautifully presented. The young lady does an awesome job with her, and like I commented, I'd like to see her just a fraction come with just a little bit more angle down to the ground off her back hinds, but that's one that's just one that I really, really like, and she's just youthful, and she's just extremely competitive and extremely high caliber kind of female. We come into class 2, and I mean, this heifer here gets around the ring good. I love the way she sets her leg down on the ground. The young lady does an incredible job with her as far as getting her presented out here, and I mean, when you look at her shoulders back, I mean, that one's made as good as you can make them. I mean, she's one that carries a lot of rib shape and underline to her. She like I said, I'd like to sleek her up in her neckline, but there's so much good about that heifer. I mean, it's just like, you can do a little nitpicking on her, but holy cow, you take a whole pasture of her too. So to me, she's just a tremendous kind of female, and like I said, tremendous job of getting her ring ready, and you love her softness, and I mean, like I said, I love her angle of the ground, and I love the way she gets around and travels, and she's just a cool maiden. And then we come into class 3, and this heifer follows that. I mean, she is just a powerful heifer, and she's just, like I said, she's kind of one of them that what you see is what you get, but she does have good angles. I mean, she's good in her chest floor. She's very youthful. I mean, she's one that once again comes with that kind of cow power kind of look, and like I said, so I mean, it's 3 really, really nice females. I'm gonna take another walk here, and I'm going to make a decision. But this has been a very competitive breed, probably the biggest breed, I guess, if you will. But anyway, awfully good out here today. Let's give our young people a nice round of applause out here. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Brooklyn Bolter with Boss Lake Ms. Passion 414M, our champion Simmental heifer today. Reserve champion honors going to that heifer from Viking, Alberta, Abby Rancier with RF Scream 4128. Congratulations once again, Brooklyn Bolter with Boss Lake Miss Passion 414M. The champion Simmental heifer, reserve champion honors going to Abby Rancier with RF Scream 4128. We'd just like to remind anybody that placed first, second, or third in any of the classes that there are prizes over here, and there are ladies waiting that would love to give away those prizes to the appropriate winners. If you are the parent, the grandparent, the uncle, the aunt, the cousin, the friend of anybody who got first, second, or third in their class, please remind them that they have a prize to be picked up. So if they could make their way over to that prize table, these ladies would be very glad to give away some prizes. There's still a lot of stuff left here, so please do make your way over there and pick up those prizes. We're going to be moving into the championship, the overall champion class right away, but we're just having another quick photo break.
Just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take me to a hilltop castle, to a room all draped in white. Give me some familiar faces so I know I'll be alright. Then take it all, take everything from me, then bring it on. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take me to a state of mind where kings are pouring paupers' ranch. Take away my trembling fingers, I'll take away that faithful itch. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take it all to set me free, I beg.
We'd like to remind all of our sponsors that we are going to be taking a sponsor photo, and we would like all of our sponsors to be in that photo. So if you are here and you are a sponsor, we're going to be doing that photo right following the pictures of the Grand Champion class from the heifers. So following the pictures of the heifers. Another reminder, if you are parked south of the overhead doors in the stalling area, in front of the gate, we're going to need you to move that vehicle. That gate needs to be opened to assist in loadout and traffic flow. So if you are parked south of the overhead door in the stalling area, blocking the gate, please move your vehicle to another area so that loadout can go much more smoothly.
What could I do? Follow along with your hips, feet, heartbeats on the floor, and just in your head. Well, it ain't fair. Whatever you do, just don't stop. You just move, baby. Move any way you need. How do you do it, darling? You got me on my knees, on my feet. You can take me to the left, baby. Take me to the right. You can take me for the rest of my life. Just move, baby. The way you move is moving me. Yeah. Just move, baby. Move any way you need. How do you do it, darling? You got me on my knees, on my feet. You can take me to the left, baby. Take me to the right. You can take me for the rest of my life. Just move, baby. The way you move is moving me. The way you move is moving me.
We're bringing in the champions, and we're starting off with the 4-H division. Ethan Uremko was the champion in that division. Carps Martini, 491M. Also from the 4-H division, Ryland Stewart with Blair's Barbara. Representing the Angus, Nevada Murray with Golden Oak 1054 Magnolia, 435M. And London Matthews with Pillar Pretentious 2429. In the AOB division, Taylor Reed with Dakota Princess was the champion. Reserve came from Heidi Beliski with Red. Charolais, champion Keller Eaton, SVY Cover Girl 434M. And Katie Kolnoski with SVY Starstruck 425M was the reserve. In the Hereford division, Blake Fisk with Fisk Susie Q 415M was the champion. Reserve was Paige Van Sickle with Hollywood. The mains are represented by Taylor Reed with PCF Millie 74M, and Shelby Horn was the reserve with KMS Traveler 131U 35M. Shorthorns come from Mason Zwicker with JTPH Affliction 91M, and Ray Gunderson with Wasquay Miss Mercury 9MET. Simmental, Brooklyn Bolter with Boss Lake Ms. Passion 414M, and Abby Rancier with RF Scream 4128. Our champion heifer class is sponsored by First Class Shorthorns of Lampman, Saskatchewan. Darnell Fornwald of First Class Shorthorns has relocated to Lampman, Saskatchewan. First Class Shorthorns is developing an elite set of shorthorn genetics from across Canada. Thanks to Darnell for continuing his sponsorship this year. The Grand Champion female will also receive a flush credit from Bovatech valued at $1,350, which includes setup, flushing, and freezing of up to 5 embryos. Bovatech is an internationally recognized Alberta-based embryo transplant company and is owned and operated by Dr. Andre Ortega, with the company's office and embryo storage facility in Rocky View County, just north of Cochrane. BTL offers the beef and dairy industries in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba complete commercial embryo transplant services, along with international export market opportunities. Reserve Champion Honors is sponsored by Riverstone Cattle Company. That's Tim and Kim Matthews and family and they operate a purebred livestock operation 15 minutes west of Olds. The livestock business runs deep in their roots along with raising high-quality seed stock genetics. They also operate a fresh meat market with signature seasons, steak butter, and premium barbecue sauces. They'd like to express a special thanks to Kim Matthews for the assistance with helping with the prizes today. The top 5 heifers, and if you are the family of a top 5 heifer exhibitor recipient, then we'd like you to come in the ring for photos just after the conclusion of the top 5. And this is sponsored by High Country Cattle Services at Breton. Rob and Deanne Young of High Country Cattle focus on producing quality over quantity in red and black Simmental genetics. They both found their love of cattle through junior and 4-H shows, which continued with their daughters participating in youth programs. They've been advocates of heifer projects, encouraging youth to start and develop their own herds. The champion female will also represent the Rising Stars show at the Calgary Stampede Invitational Heifer Show and the Farm Fair Junior Futurity. Judge Stirwalt will be choosing our top 5 heifers overall.
Once again, I want to say what an honor it is to be here. I'll tell you what, thank you to the Rising Stars. There's just so much effort put on by Dee and Rob, Young. They just, it's one thing to have, it's so fortunate to have people, in your journey and in your paths that have so much passion and love for the program, and that they put things like this together. Because I know, if you follow this on Facebook, this is not something that arises here in just a little bit. They work at this all year long, and it shows because of the attendance here, by the quality of cattle that come here. And this is just a phenomenal representation of what good things are happening here in Canada. And I tell you what, it takes all of it. It takes those kind of people, your sponsors. It takes great parents, family, kids. Thank the ones that got you here. All right, it's an army out there. We live it and breathe this stuff every day. And I tell you what, we are producing great cattle, but we are producing even greater kids. So it doesn't matter if you're on my side of the line or up here. The mission's the same, and it's all good, and it's been good a long time, and it's generational. And I'm just telling you what, I am so thankful and so glad to be a part of it. But I'll tell you what, it takes a huge staff. This is a huge undertaking. We're not done yet. I just want to give all those people, please bear with me, folks, but please give all those people a heartfelt hand clap right now, because I want to give those a big round of applause, please, that make this thing happen. The cattle have been great. The exhibitors have even been greater, and I'm just telling you, we started out in the 4-H show, and there's a neat maid heifer. She's youthful, and she's good looking, and she's a little deceiving. She's got that tremendous body length. You get behind her, there's a lot of shape to that heifer. Honestly, you want to get her a little bit deeper as the homework here, but man, that heifer is awfully good, and I was glad to see her right off the bat this morning. I think, when we come into the Angus division, there's one that's, I think, is very unique and special. potential, especially in her rib shape and her body, and so flat and so angular and so trim in her neckline. She just cow power rode all over, has that ring ready look to her, done a beautiful job of showing her and presenting her, and she's just one that's a phenomenal kind of female. We come into the AOBs, and there's one that jumped up there pretty quick. I mean, she just put a lot of pieces together. She's square up high, and she's a little more raw at this point. You has probably she might be one of the longer females you'll ever see. There's just so much length there. Her deal is she's still trying to catch up with herself, I think. But I think there's a lot of future to that heifer, and to me, she come out of that division pretty easily. The Charolais division was good as well, and I mean that heifer is so neat and trim out of her neckline, and she just has the power and the dimension and softness of leg angle when you get down to the ground. She just one that surfaced there pretty quick. We come into the Hereford and Hereford influence division, and I just thought, this heifer is so trim out of her neckline and carries so much performance and dimension to her compared to what was in that particular breed drive. And, she come out of here, to me, fairly fast, too. The Maine division wasn't a big breed, but it was a good breed, and I think that one there is about, she's as good as they come. That young lady does a good job with her, and I mean, she shows her well, and she's one that is fitted well, and she's one that's got a good look, and, she's just a neat kind of heifer. And like I said, it wasn't a big breed, but like I said, there's definitely one that's in the thick of things. The Shorthorn breed, there was some things there we could have did in there, but this one here was just so quick for me to gravitate to. It's just the markings of this heifer, but she just so, to me, for today's ring, I mean, she just got so much shape to her, and she's just one that when you look at her, I could see I guess I look at that heifer right there from a breeding standpoint. There's so much that we could do with that female there from a breeding standpoint, and that's why I love her so much. I mean, she's good in her angle, good in her markings, and she's just one that's very uniform from front to back. The Simmental breed was a very highly competitive breed, and like I said, it had the most cattle in it, but we didn't disappoint there either. And I'm just telling you what, there's one that, like I said, she's trim, she's fresh. She's got a neat look up out of her front end, and like I said, she's square up out of her hip. I love her body shape. I mean, young lady does a phenomenal job with her too. So to me, there's 3 or 4 out here in contention. I know we're going to do a top 5. We're going to bring our reserves in respectively. But this is a phenomenal breed representation, and it is an honor for me to be out here and evaluate your cattle. And honestly, you don't have to agree with me, because, I mean, if you would have placed things a little bit differently along the sidelines, I can't argue with that, because these cattle are so good, you really can't make that big a mistake. It's just one person's opinion on one given day, but when they're that good, I tell you what, you can do a lot of things, and when they're that good, I mean, the outcome can be different. We can get another person here and here sorting cattle, and re-rack them, and by gosh, different things can happen. So to me, I'm going to cut it short. She's already said I've heard enough. So anyway, I'm going to go get your top 5. Once again, let's give our exhibitors, their parents, the breeders, whoever gets them here, let's get them a big round of applause. Congratulations out here today. And the grandmas and grandpas. I'm a grandpa myself. So anyway.
So congratulations to Nevada Murray, our champion, coming out of the Angus class with Golden Oak 1054 Magnolia 435M. Reserve champion honors going to Brooklyn Bolter with Boss Lake Ms. Passion 414M. Coming out of the Simmental division. Out of the mains, Taylor Reed with PCF Millie 74M comes into third hole.
So you wanna live in a world with no more dying. You're counting up the cards, what are you trying to gain? I was on the outside avenue, I was looking at you, dear, waiting as the minutes turned to hours, turned to days. And it's a shame, ain't it a shame now? It's a shame, ain't it a shame? I want to sign up for every kind of reason.
Fourth goes to London Matthews with Pillar Pretentious 24-29 out of the Angus division. And fifth place goes to Abby Rancier with RF Scream 41-28. So congratulations to our top 5. Families of these exhibitors, please make your way ringside so that we can get pictures. Champion was Nevada Murray with Golden Oak 1054 Magnolia 435M, coming from the Angus division. Reserve champion came from the Simmentals, Brooklyn Bolter with Boss Lake Ms. Passion 414M. Third was from the mains, Taylor Reed with PCF Millie 74M. Fourth came from the Angus division again, London Matthews with Pillar Pretentious 24-29. And fifth out of the Simmentals, Abby Rancier with RF Scream 41-28. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors. Family members, please make your way into the ring so that we can get pictures of each of the animals with the exhibitors and their families. So we'll look for you to be making your way into the ring now. And congratulations to all of our division champions. There will be a slight photo break as we are, and then we're going to move into the steer competition. My apologies, we're not going to start with steers after photos. We're going to have the novice division after photos. So there will be a break for photos, then we'll do the novice division, then there'll be a little break for photos, and then we will move into steers.
what you doing to me, my love? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Honey, what you doing with your sweet dark eyes? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Tell me about your trouble and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me about your worries and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me why you laugh and why you cry. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Honey, what you doing to me, my love? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Honey, what you doing with your long dark hair? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Tell me about your trouble and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me about your worries and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me why you laugh and why you cry. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Honey, what you doing to me, my love? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Honey, what you doing with your 200 IQ? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Tell me about your trouble and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me about your worries and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me why you laugh and why you cry. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time.
So we're going to get started here with our novice showmanship class. And while we're doing that, we'd like anyone who has been a sponsor of the clinic or the show to start making their way towards the backdrop so that we can get a sponsor picture, and then we'll start into our steers. So we have 3 participants in our novice showmanship if they'd like to start making their way into the ring. And we'll have our ringman come back to the ring to help out. Novice showmanship. So these participants are 8 and under, and they did not have to exhibit a calf today. They could borrow a calf. So if they want to head on in. Yes.
That would be why. That would be why Ricky was here.
Or maybe she's got a
No, I
steer.
haven't seen her yet.
She's got a steer.
I have not seen her. He's over there. I think. Nope, he's in the ring. Never mind. We have all of our novice showmen, and as Dee said, these are young people 8 and under. Leading off is Quinton Stone. Brooklyn Bolter follows, and Zane Pittman rounds out the class. You'll see somebody different in the ring doing our judging, and we'd like to acknowledge Travis Edwards, who is our showmanship judge today. He has been ringside all morning and taking a look at our showmen. We will be announcing we'll be announcing who the showmen are who will be participating in the junior, intermediate, and senior showmanship later on. But Travis comes from Hussar, Alberta, where he and his family own and operate SMRT livestock. Starting from a percentage herds, SMRT has grown into a purebred Simmental operation. Travis grew up through the 4-H program and showed yearly at Summer Synergy, All Breeds in Bashaw, and the AYCSA Wild Rose Classic, where he was a board member for 6 years, being a strong advocate for Simmental youth. His family markets their cattle throughout the fall at numerous livestock shows. They privately sell percentage and purebred bulls in the spring and females at select sales in the fall. Travis is excited and honored to be asked to judge and is grateful to give back to junior programs. So thank you very much, Travis, for your support of this show and for being our showmanship judge today. Novice Showmanship is sponsored by Rogers Family Farm at Drayton Valley. Rogers Family Farm is a small hobby farm just outside Drayton Valley. They breed both purebred and commercial Hereford and Simmental cattle. Heather and Riley have been fabulous volunteers for the show today. Heather is also one of the organizers of the new Oil Country show in Drayton Valley on May 10th. If you'd like to know more about the show, please chat with her. She's up here on the announcer stand with me. So thank you very much to Rogers Family Farm of Drayton Valley for their sponsorship of this novice showmanship class. We'll get some comments from Judge Travis Edwards on this showmanship class.
Well, to start out, I just want to say thank you to the committee for having and calling me out here today. It's a pleasure and honor to be amongst these members. This novice class is no slouch. There's 3 individuals here who really know what they're doing. I got an opportunity to go around and ask them some questions, and the main thing is that they just really enjoy working with these animals, and it says a lot that they put in a lot of work at home, either by themselves and with family members, but all these animals are well behaved, and it's so important at this age to be on the end of a halter to still to build that connection, and they all seem to have built an awesome connection with these animals, and at the end of the day, that's pretty important to do as a young member. Yeah, I gave each individual some comments and pointers just to help them as they continue to show, and yeah, these members will definitely be some force to reckon with in the years to come. So I'll go select my champion and my reserve and an alternate. But if we could give these 3 members a round of applause to starting off showmanship today.
Congratulations to Brooklyn Bolter, who is the champion novice showman. Reserve champion honors going to Quinton Stone. And honorable mention goes to Zane Pittman. So congratulations to these young showmen for a fabulous job. Brooklyn Bolter was our champion. Quinton Stone, reserve, and honorable mention going to Zane Pittman. We're just getting ready to move into the steer division. I'd like to thank Tammy and John Dolliver for being our ring people here today. They've put a few miles on. We certainly appreciate all of their assistance. So thank you very much to John and Tammy Dolliver from JT Livestock as our ring crew for today.
Switch it
We are starting off with the lightweight market steers. Leading off in this is Haley Jordan with O.H. Benedict weighing in at 899 pounds. Tavian Yoder is next with Bug with a weight of 908 pounds. Caitlin Elsner with Bucko at 920 pounds. Emily Skippen with Cash at 922 pounds, and that is an added entry. Mason Moore with Bowser at 954 pounds. Elizabeth Prevert with Milk at 969, and finishing off the class, Tacey French with Doc at 970 pounds. So we have a weight range in this group between 899 and 970 pounds.
I think an easy place here to start on this particular class is starting out your lightweight division steer show. And, you know, here's a bona fide show steer of the class. I mean, you know, you love his bone. You love the up-headedness, that look. I mean, he's one that as you go on down the line with him, I mean, he's one that's going to make a really cool big steer as well. I feel like we got enough frame there. And, you know, he's not by any means in heavy rig at all, but, boy, he's an up-headed, good-looking rascal, one that catches you pretty quickly. And he's one that I think anybody could gravitate to. He just wins this class pretty handedly. I kind of went to more of the meat and potatoes kind of steer here in second. You know, he's not covered up by any hair coat or by any means. What you see is what you get. But when you get into him and compare him to the red steer, he's a little more uniform out of his front end. He's a little bit more neater over his top line. But when you get behind him, that's the tail of the tape right there, because that dude right there, he just got more dimension, inner muscle shape. To me, dimension to stifle, and he's just one that comes in here second pretty handily. I think the third steer, when you look at him, he doesn't balance quite as good as the white steer, but to me, when you look at him, I feel like from a fleshing standpoint, to me, as far as being soft and mellow and still having some shape, I think he comes in here very nicely for me in third. Fourth, I still like the body type of that steer. He's a little more refined in his build compared to the ones up ahead of the line, but I do like that center body, the way he ties himself in together. He can kind of get a little bit more, to me, directional off his back hinds, but he is level up over his top, especially when you get him out on the walk, and he's just not as powerful maybe as some up a line. Here's a steer that is level up over his top. I mean, as far as he wants to get a little bit more looser made right in there behind his shoulders, but I just feel like his tailhead lays in there pretty nice, and he's one that also is carrying some condition, and I think he's one that's had some time and feed into him. And I think the next two steers are just a little bit more, they're just like the red steer is just a little more greener and thinner and just a little bit more raw at this time. But I know a lot of times, the steer that concludes the class a little more rugged. But I also know this is a lot of these calves is first time out. A lot of times we get to go to these shows. It can be humbling. We can kind of see where we're at. We can kind of see where we're not at. So if you're behind on the 8-ball on the feed bucket, you need to go home and kind of try to get caught up and try to get them things to me more in line with the rest of the pack out there today. So good set of cattle. Nice start to your steer show out here today. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Kirk. Placings in the first group of lightweight steers, and this is sponsored by Cornerstone Farms, the Stewart family. First place goes to Emily Skippin with Cash, weighing in at 922 pounds. Second was Mason Moore with Bowser, 954 pounds. Third was Tacey French with Doc at 970 pounds. Fourth, Tavian Yoder with Bug. Fifth, Elizabeth Prevert with Milk. Sixth, Haley Jordan with O.H. Benedict. And seventh was Caitlin Elsner with Bucko. And Caitlin is the popcorn recipient for that group. Coming into the ring now, we have our second group of lightweight steers. Mason Zwicker is leading off with Teddy, weighing in at 1,017 pounds. Austin Cartwright with Dinner Date at 1020. Melody Brundage with Maximus, weighing in at 1022. Wyatt Wunsch with Rockstar, weighing in at 1024. Max Burris with Clint Black, weighing 1026. And Tayden French with Redman at 1032. 6 entries in this second group of lightweight market steers. This is sponsored by Double F Farms of Kirriemuir, Alberta. Double F Farms Limited is a large, diverse agricultural operation consisting of cow-calf feedlot and grain, as well as custom work. The home farm and feedlot are located in east central Alberta near Kirriemuir, and they have another property at Bigger, Saskatchewan. Thanks to Craig, Janelle Ferentz and family for their support of Rising Stars.
as we start your second class of lightweights, I think an easy find here on the front end. This cream-colored calf just does a lot of different things right. Checks a lot of boxes. He's one that, to me, blends a lot of things that I like, and he's one that just comes to the top pretty quickly. He's sound on his feet and legs. He's got, he's rugged in his build, and he's stout-featured, and to me, he comes with a lot of width. Carries that width really nice and square up through his tailhead, but to me, transitions up into that top line, and I feel like that comes into his forerib awfully well. He's just a good kind of steer that's just very genuine and very legitimate to me, and one that's got some condition. I really like his condition that he has at this time. I just feel like he's right on target. I'm not sure where he's headed, and doesn't really matter. I can just tell that he's very uniform in his condition. And I think that gets into the second place steer. He's a little flatter made, probably a little rugged and raw at this point, but he's big boned, he's sound, and I think that's the key factor over the third place steers. He's just so more functional, and I just feel like he's a little bit more genuine in his overall structure. He's deep bodied. He's a little bit more flatter made. He's not as stout built as that one that goes out ahead of him, but he's got a lot of parts and pieces that I like. Up-headed kind of steer. Really showy steer in third. I love that steer. He's stout made. You get behind him, he's big-ended. He's one that's burly and to me a big bone kind of calf. But to me, he's just one that gets a little bit more opened up off his front end. And there's some concern there as he gets heavier. I just love that neckline, but as he gets heavier, like I said, there's some concern off that front end, the way he's so directional. The next steer is cool made. He's cool in his features. He's neatly marked. I told that young man he's got the coolest calf here as far as color and to me, color pattern on one, but he gets a little jammed up in his front end, and he just gets to where he's not quite as opened up off his front end as far as when he gets out and reaches and walks. I think that limits him a little bit in his stride, but I think he's fat and he's got some condition on him, and you can tell they've fed him well, and he's just one that you just like to sleek him up as you go on higher. I come down to the next two, and I just chose with the red steer, just stouter made. He's coarser in his neck. The one that concludes on behind him, a little better in his neckline, but not as powerful. I chose to go with what I felt like more product, more carcass merit. And that's kind of where I hung my hat on that, especially on them last two there. So to me, a nice set of cattle out here today in your lightweight division.
Thank you very much, Kirk. Placings in that second group of lightweight steers. First place going to Mason Zwicker with Teddy. Second, Wyatt Wunsch with Rockstar. Third, Max Burris with Clint Black. Fourth, Austin Cartwright with Dinner Date. Fifth, Tayden French with Redman. And sixth, Melanie Brundage with Maximus. And Melody gets the popcorn in that group. Coming into the ring now, we have our third and final split of lightweight market steers. Leading off is Tieran Brennan with Arlo, weighing in at 1042. Delta Hippie with Smitty at 1043. Briar Blanchette with Mouse, steer weighing 1078. Charlie Bouchard with Rio, weighing 1083. Added entry of Mason Zwicker with Herman, weighing 1088. Aubrey Fraser with Dark Stalker, weighing 1089. And Max Burris with Kung Fu, weighing 1093. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the third and final split of lightweight steers. This class is sponsored by Wolf Lake Speckle Park, which is owned and operated by Dan and Heather Brundage. They live about a half an hour north of Bonnyville in northeast Alberta. They have the privilege of raising their 3 children on Dan's grandfather's homestead, and they started in the purebred cattle business in the fall of 2013. Thanks to Wolf Lake Speckle Park for their sponsorship of this third split of lightweight steers.
Nice set of cattle in your lightweight division. I think a pretty easy winner here for me. This is pretty clear cut. This steer here is up-headed, long-necked, well shown. I mean, well presented, big bone, so comfortable at the ground. I mean, that steer just manipulates the ground so good, and he's one that's, to me, soft in his body kind. You get behind him, he's not deceiving at all. He's just, to me, one that just comes out here and does a lot of things right. The next steer I come in here with, I love that shape of that muscle. He's stout-featured, big back kind of individual, one that's got a tremendous look out of his front end. Probably just gets a little bit more steeper in his ankle compared to the one that goes out, but not doing anything crazy bad. I'm just saying that I'd just like to change that angle in him if you could to make him better, especially to get past that first one because he is so incredibly comfortable at the ground. You know, the next steer is a little more, I mean, he is compact, he is stout-made, he's big-ended, big bone. He just gets a little more jammed from front to back. He just not as extended as the two that go out ahead, and that's it. I mean, that's just him. I mean, you know what? And I mean, but there's a lot of good things about him. He gets down and he, you know, to me, he moves well enough. He's just chubby from front to back, and you know, he's just burly as they come. So the next steer I chose here, he's a neat mark kind of steer. I've just felt like he's a little bit softer made in his kind. I feel like he's a little more right when it comes to a condition standpoint. I mean, to me, and you'd like to make him a little neater up through his front end, but you know, he's sound, he's got a good look to him, he patterns well, and I think he transitions that up to a nice top shape as he goes. You know, the next steer, he gets it on just sheer natural eye appeal and look. He's trim, he's kind of raw at this point, you know, he's a little more hard-bodied, if you will, but that calf's good length, he's got good shape, good bone, very good and very comfortable when you get him out here and put him on the travel. We just got to give him a little more rib shape and body and just kind of make him a little bit more softer made, but I think that just comes with time and maturity and feed. The next steer is a little more flatter made in his shape. You know, he's one that's got a softness to him. He's got one that's got a smoothness to him. He's just not as dimensional as the cattle that go out ahead of him here today. And I think we conclude here's a steer that's just given up too much performance here today and just doesn't carry the merit to me as some of the cattle that go out ahead of him on top here. So to me, a nice set of cattle. We'll get your lightweight division here momentarily.
Thank you very much, Kirk. Placings in this lightweight steer group. First place goes to Delta Hippie with her steer Smitty, weighing in at 1043 pounds. Second was Aubrey Fraser with Dark Stalker, a 1,089 pound steer. Third, Briar Blanchette with Mouse, weighing in at 1078. Fourth was Mason Zwicker, that is the added entry of Herman, weighing 1088. Fifth was Charlie Bouchard with Rio, and that steer weighed 1083, and Charlie wins the popcorn as well. Sixth in class was Max Burris with Kung Fu, a 1,093 pound steer, and seventh was Tieran Brennan with Arlo, a steer weighing 1,042 pounds. Next into the ring will be the lightweight division championship. From the first class, Emily Skippen with Cash, a steer weighing 922 pounds. Also from that group, Mason Moore with Bowser, a 954-pound calf. From the second split, Mason Zwicker with Teddy, a 1,017-pound calf. And Wyatt Wunsch with Rockstar, a calf weighing 1,024 pounds. And from the third and final split, Delta Hippie with Smitty weighing 1,043 pounds, and Aubrey Fraser with Dark Stalker, her 1,089-pound calf. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the lightweight championship division, and our champion is sponsored by Stettler Auction Mart. Gary and Lee Reardon of Stettler Auction Mart have the capabilities to offer feed and water for 3,000 head, a full health testing program for export cattle, and spacious, uncrowded, clean yards. The Stettler Auction Market employs a sales team of 10 full-time and 30 part-time staff, many with 20 to 40 years of experience. They can help you with a live sales ring, video and satellite sales, pre-sorted sales, purebred sales, horse auctions, farm auctions, grain and hay sales. Department, and they have a department in-house, order buying service, and feed sales. So thanks very much to Stettler Auction Market, Gary and Lee Reardon for their sponsorship of this class. Reserve Champion sponsored by Pine Creek Simmentals of Barhead, which is a family-run operation with a focus on Fleckvey and full-blood Simmentals. They're proud to be able to support the future of the industry and help provide opportunities that will set them up for the future. Enjoy these moments and have fun. Thanks for their sponsorship of the Lightweight Reserve Division Championship.
Once again, I want to congratulate our lightweight exhibitors, and I tell you what, it's this is just the start of your steer show, but we really have some nice cattle in here to work with, and I think we had some depth down through the classes. And the first class, this was show steer of the class. I mean, he separated himself pretty easily to me in that class, just because there's so much presence, there's so much look, there's so much extension, and he's skinny. I mean, you know what? I can honestly say. Go home and feed him. I'm just going to say it'd be fun to see him later down the line. Not sure where he's headed, but that's one good-looking rascal. And I mean, he's got a pattern that's crazy good, and then he's one that's so good on his feet and legs, and he's just skinny. You know what I mean? He just needs more time here, but he's a cool calf. We come into class 2, and that steer's genuine, and he's very to me legit and his kind. He's one that's stout featured. He's sounded just like our first class winner. He's sound on his feet and legs. He gets a little deeper and bolder in his next set, but I do feel like, when you look at him, you have to appreciate that he's so, to me, on target. You've done an outstanding job of keeping him, to me, in his weight and in his condition, and to me, bringing him and developing along, and I think he's like dead on and not sure where you're going either. So to me, and it doesn't matter to me. So, but you get behind him, he doesn't disappoint. He's good boned. Like I said, his tailhead sits out there nice. Young man does a good job with him out here. We come into class 3, and that guy right there, he's one that comes up out of his front end. I mean, he's one that is very alert, and he's one that very extended, and comes with so much bone, and he comes down to the ground with so much angle, and you get behind him, he's to me, he's got some shape, he's got enough. He's not, will he be the thickest one you've ever seen in your life? No, but he's got plenty. I mean, I'm not a trait guy. I'm a package guy. I like packages. So to me, that one there comes together with a nice package. He blends a lot of things. He's uniform front to back. Young lady does a great job. And when you get him on the walk, he's a ground grabber. I mean, that dude right there can get her done, and he's sound. And to me, I love watching him float around the ring. So I'm going to take a look here. We'll get your top 2 out here this afternoon, and I'll to the reserves, to the second places. To me, congratulations to you as well. I'm going to take another spin here, another look, and I'll get your top 2.
Congratulations, Delta Hippie with Smitty, the 1,043-pound steer, our champion in the lightweight division. And coming out of that same split, the third and heaviest weight of our lightweight division, Aubrey Fraser with Dark Stalker, 1,089-pound calf, is our reserve champion. So once again, Delta Hippie with Smitty is the champion, reserve champion Aubrey Fraser with Dark Stalker. We'll take a quick photo break and then we will be back. I have a comb that has been found, apparently lost and found, up at the announcer stand. If you think it might be yours, come and talk to us and we'll get it back to the rightful owner. A reminder as well that first, second, and third in all of the splits or in all of our classes will get prizes. And so we would ask that you make your way to the prize table if you were first, second, or third in any of the classes today. If you know people who are first, second, and third in any of those classes, please remind them that they have prizes to be picked up and should make their way over and talk to the ladies at the prize table. That would be much appreciated by them because they'd like to see all of these prizes gone. We're very privileged to be able to use the facilities here in Stettler, and we'd like to really thank Dwayne and Levi Martin and the staff of the Stettler Ag Society. They've been tremendous hosts for the event, and if you would like to support the Ag Society, watch for their raffle draw. It's going to be coming out soon. I expect that if you follow the Rising Stars show on social media, they will be sharing information about that. The Stettler Agricultural Society is a not-for-profit organization supporting agriculture throughout the year. You can help support youth programming like 4-H, junior cattle shows and clinics, a junior rodeo series, Alberta High School Rodeo, and multiple other youth groups that can flourish with the use of the Stettler Ag Society facilities. The money raised can go towards improvement of facilities to make all of these events even better. So watch for that raffle that is coming out, and hopefully you will be able to support it through ticketing, through purchasing ticket.
Got a million emails that I haven't read. Got a break past weekend that I gotta check, but I don't mind it. 'Cause I got her riding on that shotgun side. With that take me till the sunrise, look inside her eyes. Now we're flying. Yeah, we're flying. We got 10 miles of old beer road. That's in the radio. We got both windows down and no one around. Don't have to take it slow. We're good to go. There's some baggage sitting in the trunk I seen. blasting the radio. We got both windows down and no one around. Don't have to take it slow. We got 10 miles of open road. Blasting the radio.
Coming into the ring now, we have our first group of middleweight steers. Leading off is London Matthews with Gold Digger, weighing in at 1,110 pounds. Lee Sholigan is next with Spunk at 1,116 pounds. Danica Anderson with Cupid, a 1,120 pound steer. Bennett Blanchette with Whatchamacallit, weighing in at 1140. Carson Van Sickle with Black Ice, a 1,143 pound steer. And Keller Eaton with a steer. Oh, pardon me. Keller's steer weighs at 1,150 pounds.
Really nice start to your middleweight division, and I really think there's a trio out here that are awfully good. And I'm going to go with the steer that I feel like probably a little more mature, and that's kind of a good thing and a bad thing, I guess, in one sense. But here's a steer that's big boned, he's stout made. The young lady does a great job. He's well presented. You get behind him, he is so big ended and stout made and thick right through the center portion of his quarter. He really rolls that up into a nice top shape carry. So he's just as stout and wide as you can get him up through that top. You love that underline that he has. I think he's true. You get into his chest floor, and I think he's extremely good there. When we get up into his front end and his neckline, he gets a little coarser made up through his neck and head. Gets a little agey looking to me. He's not as youthful and fresh as I would want him to be, but you can't tear him apart either. I mean, I feel like he's very uniform and very honest, and he's one that just carries so much good with him. That's nitpicking on a truly, really, really nice calf. I think the steer in second is one that's awfully good. I'm just telling you what, I like the youthfulness of this steer. He's stout made. He's not as highly presented today, to me as one on either end, but that's a good steer. I mean, you look at him, young man, I'm just telling you, you've got a good animal there, and you keep taking care of him because because that calf's not quite there yet, but that one is up-headed. He's got a good look. He's sound off his front end. I mean, that calf there, trust me, you're going to be able to, that dog's going to hunt someday, so you don't give up on him, all right? That's a good calf. And I'm just saying the third place animal to me here, I like that individual, stout-made, big-bodied, kind of a steer, but he just gets a little bit more in line off his front end, a little bit more rigid in his walk off his back end. I chose to go with one I felt like was a little more comfortable at the ground, and that's where that butterscotch steer lands in second. But I do think if there's one down the road that'll be a player, that one could be for sure. The next steer that comes in here, I like that steer. You know, he's very mature out through his neckline. You know, I'd like to maybe sleek him up a little bit, but he's big-bodied, round-ribbed. I mean, he's soft, and he's very mellow to himself. He's just not as flashy up through that front end. And I think we get into a pair here that they're just, you know, maybe behind a little bit. You know, this steer's a little farther along than me, the one behind him. A little more refined in his build, not as heavy made and heavy structured as some. Like I said, we conclude, and here's one that's just a little bit leaner and a little bit more raw at this point in me to move up any higher today.
Thank you very much, Kirk. Placings in our first group of middleweight steers. First place, congratulations, London Matthews with Gold Digger, a steer weighing 1,110 pounds. Second, Bennett Blanchette with Whatchamacallit, weighing in at 1,140. Third, Keller Eaton with an 1,150-pound steer. Fourth goes to Lee Sholigan with Spunk, weighing in at 1,116 pounds, and Lee also takes home the popcorn. Fifth goes to Carson Van Sickle with Black Ice, an 1,143-pound steer. And sixth, Danica Anderson with Cupid, an 1,120-pound steer. Next in is the middleweight steer division. Leading off is Maya Mackey with Blackie, weighing 1,155 pounds. Another 1,155-pound steer comes from Liam Stewart, and that is Brick. Reed Hunter is next with Chuck Wallstreet, weighing 1,161 pounds. Savannah Elliott with Maverick, weighing 1,164. Rylan Stewart with Whiskey, an 1,174-pound steer, and Max Burris with Aerosmith, a steer weighing 1,176 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the middleweight steer division. The middleweight first class was sponsored by New Haven Cattle Company. Kelly Scott and Aubrey Fraser are the ones behind New Haven Cattle Company. They raise quality Maine and maintainer genetics that are marketed through their annual field day and open house. Aubrey can be found exhibiting at many junior shows around Alberta, as well as giving it her all at the hockey rink. Class number 2, the current class we are in, is now sponsored by RG Farms. So we'd like to thank RG Farms as well for their sponsorship, and New Haven for their sponsorship of these middleweight classes.
I found a reason to give you just enough
first time you felt just a little bit of something, baby, and I felt believing I'd fly. Yeah, I found a reason to give you just enough of what you wanted, baby, to find you weren't willing to try.
As we get into the middleweights here, and I think we've raised the bar here another notch, especially on these top two. You know what? This steer that comes out here on the lead here, he's big boned and stout featured. He's got, he's plenty round enough in his shape, but his tailhead sits in there square enough. But he's so good on his feet and legs. He's comfortable at the ground. He comes in there with a tremendous underlying look to him. I love that top shape that he has. And I think when we look at his chest floor and the way he comes up out of his neck and shoulders there, he just really, to me, he's a little more sleeker and trimmer than the steer that comes in here in second. But I think this is a good second and a close second. I like that steer. I think he's very genuine and honest. And both these steers, the thing that I really appreciate about them, they still look youthful enough, but yet they look like they're going to make really, really good fat steers. And I just think that's that's the read that I get on him on both these. But this steer here is a little bit more bolder in his neckline, but he's really good at the ground, and he's got enough muscle and shape to me. He's not, he's probably not showing just perfect today, but I mean, but he's got so many things right about him. I just don't think he's as good in that neckline, and probably holds himself quite as true up over that top line to me as the one that goes out ahead. The red steer that comes in here in third, I asked that young man what his name was. He told me Brick, and he is a brick. I mean, he's got a big body and big belly to him. He's extended just like the two that go out ahead of him. He's just not as bold and stout made as these that go out, but these are two impressive steers and two that are very powerful and definitely contenders. And to me, he just drew a tough class. The next steer, there's a little more daylight and he's trim, and I'd like to just put all three of them together if you would, but I'm just saying, I thought he was just a little better in his lines, a little better in his chest floor, and I think he makes a big carcass once we get the feed to him. To me, the one that to me is, he gets a little more opened up and kind of toes out off his front end is the Baldy steer. He's just so heavy fronted in that one third there, that front 1/3, and just gets a little bit more looser in his top, but he's so good in his middle, and he's so good in his rib shape and body, and he's sound on his feet and legs. He's just not as striking and flashing and have the eye appeal to me as some that go out ahead of him. And then we conclude here, and I think this one could balance a little better. He's just a little lighter on the back end, and maybe a little heavier in that chest floor, and I just like to see him a little more rounder in his rib. But there again, he's got the frame and he's got the stature to go ahead and make a big heavyweight carcass kind of steer. So to me, all in all, really competitive class, two exceptional steers on top in this particular class out here today. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Kirk. Placings in our second split of middleweight steers. First place, Reed Hunter with Chuck Wall Street, the 1,161-pound steer. Second goes to Ryland Stewart with Whiskey, her steer that weighed 1,174. Third, Liam Stewart with Brick, an 1,155-pound steer. Fourth, Savannah Elliott with Maverick, 1,164 pounds. Fifth, Maya Mackey with Blackie, 1,155. And sixth, Max Burris with Aerosmith, 1,176 pounds. And Max also takes home the popcorn. Coming into the ring now is our third and final middleweight steer class. Leading off, Lily Brundage with Jimmy, an 1,180 pound steer. Next, an added entry, Clyde Griffith with Teddy Bear, weighing 1184. Another added entry, Shelby Horn with Coco Bongo, an 1197 pound steer. Scarlett Pittman is next with Scratches, weighing 1209. Cheyenne Jacobson with Copper, a 1211 pound steer. Jordy Dones with Walt, weighing 1,266 pounds. And Samantha Boak with Cash In, a 1,242 pound steer. And our third weight class is sponsored by Fairland Cattle Company of Penhold, Alberta. Thanks to the Howell family for their sponsorship of this class.
'cause I found me a woman who treated me unfair. And I awoke to the sunrise, remembered an awful dream of lightning and thunder, and hearing someone scream. Trouble finds you and worry, it sticks around to your day. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head.
A little more challenging class here. I mean, obviously, an easy winner here and an easy top. That surely glad that when he come in, he's just one that is just so attractive. He's a show steer deluxe. He's one that's got good pattern, good look. He's got some rib shape and body. He's stout enough, and to me, he's one that gets a little higher twisted. You watch him walk, he can get just a little bit out of bounds on his track. He's just a little bit more tighter in that flank, but he's an up-headed, good-looking calf, and I'd be anxious to get him back out here with the other ones too, because I mean he's definitely in contender position as well, and he's one that's an easy one to read, an easy one to find, and like I said, appreciate him very much. The next steer that comes in, I switched these. I just went with, I thought, one that's just a little more comfortable at the ground, a little bit more level in its top line, and to me, he wants to cut up a little bit in that back 1/3 a little bit, but he's a good, honest, legitimate, genuine type of steer that I think is going to be, he's going to hold himself true, and I think he's going to make a heavyweight steer, down the line, and I think he can handle the feed, and I think he can handle the performance, and then when we get into the third place steer, this steer, he's not showing well, and he kind of wants to get jammed up, and he kind of wants to get opened up in his top, and he doesn't hold himself quite as true, and then he gets up in his ankles, and I think a lot of that is he's just not relaxed on the halter. He just kind of tense and he doesn't, he just kind of gets wadded up, and he doesn't just be loose, and he probably would look better loose, honestly, than trying to get him to position out here. Probably the toughest steer to look at would be the smoke steer. You get him planted and get him stopped, he's pretty good. I mean, he ain't too bad. He's got a lot of nice pieces that I like. He's good bodied and good flesh, and he's in good rig, and we just got to get him where he handles himself a little better on the lead. It's just such a disadvantage to him, and like I said, that'd be the homework leaving here, because there is a lot of good things about that calf. I mean, the next steer, the black steer, he just doesn't probably carry the width up high, and to me, right when you get behind him, there's some pretty stout calves ahead of him, but I think he is balanced as well. I think he's uniform well. I think he's got good middle and underline to him. I think he sets in there pretty nicely, and I think the next steer, long spine kind of steer. He's one that's probably a little coarser made through his front, a little finer in his bone, and I think we conclude we got one that's a little more coarser and rugged, and just doesn't hold himself quite as true as some that go out ahead of him and up the line here today.
Thank you very much, Kirk. First place in our third class of middleweight steers went to Samantha Boak with Cash In, steer weighing 1,242 pounds. Second in class, Lily Brundage with Jimmy, her 1,180 pound steer. Third went to Shelby Horn with Coco Bongo, an 1,197 pound steer. Fourth, Jordy Dones with Walt, 1,226 pound steer. Fifth, Scarlett Pittman with Scratches, a steer that weighed 1,209 pounds, and Scarlett gets the popcorn. Sixth, Cheyenne Jacobson with Copper, weighing 1,211 pounds. And seventh goes to Clyde Griffith with Teddy Bear, an 1,184 pound steer. Coming into the ring now, we have our championship middleweight steers. Leading off, coming out of the first split, London Matthews with Gold Digger, an 1,110 pound steer, and Bennett Blanchette with Whatchamacallit, an 1,140 pound steer. From the second split, Reed Hunter with Chuck Wall Street, his 1,161 pound steer, and Ryland Stewart with Whiskey, an 1,174 pound steer. And out of the third and final split in our middleweight steers, Samantha Boak with Cash In, a 1,242 pound steer, and Lily Brundage with Jimmy, a steer weighing in at 1,180 pounds. This is the champion middleweight class, and it is sponsored by Double RN Ranching, a family-owned and operated ranch in east central Alberta near Lloydminster. They run 900 head of commercial Simmental-influenced cattle, along with 100 Black Angus and Simmental herds. Resh has taken charge of the purebred herd and is doing a superb job. Ryan is a reputable horseman who, along with Resh, Dakota, and Shay, train colts for resale at a variety of sales in Alberta. Ranch horses are used extensively for daily work. 4-H was the cornerstone that the nobles used to become better cattlemen and showmen in the ring. The noble kids have broadened their sights and attend many junior shows throughout the year. Everyone is highly involved in every aspect of the ranch. Teamwork makes a dream work. Good luck to all the junior members this weekend. May you return home with more skills, more knowledge, more friendships, and more memories of your weekend at Rising Stars. Thanks to Double RN Ranching for the middleweight champion division champion. The reserve champion is sponsored by SCH Farms Advantage Angus, which was established in 2001. They're a family farm located west of Barhead, Alberta. SCH Farms Advantage Angus is owned and operated by Steve and Connie Hodgetts, along with their children, Nash, Emily, Sarah, and Jessica. They first started as a small operation. Oh, okay. So we're going to get some comments from Judge Steerwalt, and he is going to place 5. We will declare a champion and a reserve, but he's going to ask 5 to come back for the champion drive. Judge Steerwalt?
Thank you. Once again, a very competitive division. There's just some nice cattle out here, and I feel like we've got a lot of quality all the way through here. And we started off the division with this yellow steer, and I mean he's big-ended, big-boned, stout-made, soft-middled. He's one that's just awfully good. I mean, you get behind him, and he just kind of blows you away with how much thickness and stoutness and top shape, but I also think he carries some maturity with him, and I think that's an advantage as well. But then when we get up into his front end, I think that's maybe a little bit of a disadvantage. So to me, he looks a little. I'm just saying nothing bad about it. It's just that he looks a little agey out of that front end, and if I could, I commented in class if I could help him there, that I would do that. But I mean, he's so good on his feet and legs. He's big-haired. I mean, big-boned. He's just a truck, and I mean, he's just a cool calf. We come into class 2, and that steer is really up-headed. He's one that's so good in his underline, and to me, I like the angle that he transitions down into his foot. He comes, tremendous presence. The young man does a great job with him. You get behind him, he's stout-featured. Now he is a little more rounder in his shape, but I feel like that tailhead lays out there fairly good and true. And you get him walking away from you, and I mean he's just pretty wide-based all the way through. And like I said, just a show steer deluxe. We come in class 3, and that class was there was a lot of challenges in there, but I'm just saying that one there was an easy read, easy find. I mean, he's one that's cool made. He's obviously the show steer as well. You'd like to drop him a little bit back in that 1/3, but I think a lot of that's because he's a little bit higher in his twist. But he's functional, he's sound enough on his feet and legs, and he's got enough power to him. But he's just a good-looking steer when you get him out there and put him on the pattern. And I think we got some second placers here that are awfully legitimate as well, and to me show steers. And you know what, it'd be interesting down the line and see what develops, particularly out of this division. And there's a really good lightweight that's lurking back there as well. And so to me, we've got a lot of quality quality cattle out here. And like I said, these exhibitors have done a good job of finding them. They've done a good job of breeding them and raising them. And to me, they've done a good job of presenting them and showing them and to me, doing what they do. So to me, I'm going to grab 5 out of this division just because I feel it's that tremendous. And so we'll get them back in here and pick your overall 5 later on down the line. We still got the heavyweights to go. But let's give this particular division a big round of applause for an excellent job of bringing some high-quality cattle out here today.
Thank you, Kirk. So congratulations to Reed Hunter with Chuck Wall Street, an 1,161-pound steer, our champion in the middleweight division. Reserve champion honors going to London Matthews with Gold Digger, her 1,110-pound steer. Ryland Stewart will also be coming back for the Grand Champion Drive, along with Whiskey, her 1,174-pound steer. Joining them as well, Samantha Boak with Cash In, her 1,242-pound steer. And Bennett Blanchette with whatchamacallit, the 1,140-pound steer. So our congratulations going out to all of our exhibitors in that class. Champion honors going to Reed Hunter with Chuck Wall Street. Reserve champion to London Matthews with Gold Digger. We'll see those 2 along with 3 more back for the championship drive. We're going to have a break for pictures and then we will move into the heavyweight division.
Take me over to the north side so I can find my way. Lord knows I've walked the south.
We have a couple of platinum sponsors, and I would like to acknowledge our platinum sponsors, Lockhart Valley Simmentals of Rimbey, Lee, Tina, and Hannah Robson. Lockhart Valley Simmentals was established in 1989. They're a mixed farming operation with 100 head of full-blood red and black Simmentals. They also farm 1,000 acres of grain, which is a mix of canola, wheat, and barley. Their annual bull sale is held at the farm on the first Saturday of March. The farm consists of Lee, Tina, and their daughter Hannah, who came back to the farm 9 years ago. If we could give any aspiring young farmer advice, it would be to not be afraid of challenges, to accept those challenges as personal growth and an opportunity to learn. Also keep in mind, if you try to avoid failure, you're avoiding an opportunity to succeed. Another piece of advice, don't be afraid to stand up for yourself. If you have different ideas, express yourself without fear of rejection. You never know. Maybe you can teach your dad something new. Our other platinum sponsor is Country Junction Feeds. Country Junction Feeds is proud to be the only full-line feed mill producing organic feeds in Alberta since 2008. Wetaskiwin Co-op was established in 1917 and is located in Wetaskiwin, Alberta. The current mill was built in 1973 as a division of Wetaskiwin Co-op. Junction Feed specializes in quality bagged and bulk feeds for dairy, beef, equine, poultry, swine, goat, lamb, organic feeds, and many more. Country Junction Feeds has a vibrant past showing a history of not only top quality feeds but technical advancement as well, with computers being introduced into the mill as early as 1987. Country Junction supported the Rising Stars events with a bag of feed to each participant in the clinic, along with additional bags for exhibitor draws. Thank you to the representatives, Mike and Wyatt.
Wasted hearts and days, so take it all. Take everything from me and bring it on. Take me down to shining waters, towns of grit and pride. Let me check my own soul. I've nowhere left to hide. And take it all. Take everything from me and bring it on. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take me to a hilltop castle, to a room all draped in white. Give me some familiar faces so I know I'll be alright. Then take it all, take everything from me, then bring it on. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take me to a state of mind where kings are pouring paupers' rage. Take away my trembling fingers. Take away that faithful edge. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Yeah.
Don't forget that there is a silent auction, and it is just to the west of where I'm sitting. It will be on until just before the champion steer class. So we have one more division to go through, and then we're going to move into the champion steer class. But before we move into that, we are going to be closing out the silent auction. So if you've had your eye on something, you should maybe go check on it. If you haven't taken a look, you might want to go and just take a little look at what's available.
Vows were made to be together until they reached the other side. True love never dies.
We are rolling along into the heavyweight steer division, and we're going to start off with the first group. We have one added entry in this class, and that is the calf that's leading off the group, Rexton Griffith with Remy, a 1,243-pound steer. Dana Bouchard is next with Hot Shot, weighing 1,245. Haley Jordan with Gunny weighs in at 1,250. Brooklyn Coinenbelt with Oakley weighs 1,254. Stella Mater with Billy weighs in at 1,254 pounds. And Maddie Ference with Cash, her 1,258-pound steer, rounds off the group. This is our first group of heavyweight steers, and it is sponsored by Murray Skippon of Sherwood Park. Murray is the guy that's always on the go, usually transporting livestock across Canada and the U.S. When time allows, he exhibits for many different breeders at Farm Fair International. He's also a big supporter of youth programs. Call Murray for all your transportation needs. Dogs, cats, cattle, horses, he hauls them all. Thank you very much to Murray Skippon for sponsoring this first heavyweight class.
As we start your heavyweights, and I think, there's a clear-cut winner here that comes to the top. This steer just puts so much good things together, and I think the way he ties that muscle shape, and you get behind him, very impressive. He's good softening his angle as he comes down off each end. A young lady does a great job of showing him, but he really transitions up into that top line, holds that tail head out there nice and true, and he's one that, patterns well, and he balances well, and, he's just a good, honest, genuine, legitimate type of steer that leads off this class pretty handedly for me as far as checking the most boxes. I think the next steer is big boned. He's soft middle. Young lady does a nice job with him. He's up-headed. He's a little, he's a little more flatter in his shape. He's not as square out through that hip as the steer that leads off to him. He just doesn't blend quite as good and true to me in that regard, but he's a good calf. He's a good steer, and he's sound on his feet and legs, and I'm just telling you, he's one that is awfully neat patterned, and he's neat markings, and he's just a showy steer. So to me, he's just one good to have down here to follow him with. I think the steer in third is, the white steer is very neat. He's a little more bolder and developed in his neckline and crest. He just shows quite a bit maturity in that respect, but he's long-sided. He's really good on his feet and legs. He's really nice up out through his hip, and I'm just saying he's just not as soft-made in his overall composition compared to the two that go out ahead of him. The next steer, the black steer, is a little bit more flatter made. I mean, he's big-bodied. He's a little bit, doesn't have the streamlined neckline compared to the ones ahead of him, but he's just more flatter in his overall dimension and power. And I think with red steer, obviously is bigger backed and has more middle to him, and probably a little more powerful, but he just gets so rugged up front, and he just doesn't hold his top line quite as true as the black steer that goes out ahead of him. And I think, the yellow steer coming in here as we finish out and round out the class, I just think he's definitely one that is a little bit more greener and thinner at this time, and he just doesn't carry the performance and the softness and maturity and to me, to compete with the cattle that go out ahead of him today.
Thank you very much, Kirk. Placings in this class. Our class winner was Stella Mater with Billy, a 1,254-pound steer. Second in that group went to Haley Jordan with Gunny, a 1,250-pound steer. Third was Dana Bouchard with Hot Shot, a 1,245-pound steer. Fourth, Maddie Ference with Cash, a 1,258-pound steer. Fifth, Brooklyn Coinenbelt with Oakley, a 1,254-pound steer as well. And rounding out the class, Rexton Griffith with Remy. And Rexton also gets to take home the popcorn for this group. Coming into the ring now, we have the second of our three groups of heavyweight steers. Madison Boys with Big Sexy, a 1,263-pound steer, leads off the group. Brooklyn Coinenbelt with Uncle Otis, a 1,264-pound steer, is next. An added entry, Duncan Keeber with Uncle Buck, another 1,264-pound steer, comes into the ring. Jordy Dones with Mr. Chonkers, a 1,266-pound steer. Callie Mashin with Marv, a 1,277-pound steer. And Kessler Watts with Michael Jackson, a 1,280-pound steer. This is our second split of heavyweight steers. We'd like to thank Chesser Farms of Lacombe for sponsoring this heavyweight class. Chesser Farms is a fifth-generation family farm that boasts more than 120 years of producing top-quality agriculture products, including beef and grain. The Chesser family has enjoyed being involved in showing cattle and wish everyone a great show today.
I think this class sorts itself pretty easily, and the steer on top here is one that he's a little deeper in his neck set. but he's so good from his shoulders back. He's so smooth as he goes up over his top, and he's sound on his feet and legs. Young lady does a good job with him. Square out through his pins, and he's just one that, like I said, if I could help him, I'd like to trim him up in that front 1/3 and make him better. But there's a lot of good to that particular steer that comes with a lot of merit. I think the next steer is behind him. It comes with that middle and rib shape and boldness of center rib. He gets a little bit more to me loose underneath and just gets a little. He's not quite as neat up out through that front end, but I think he's good up over his top. You get behind him, you're not disappointed as well. We go into the gray steer, and I just thought, when it came down from there down, I just thought that gray steer was probably a little bit more genuine all the way through front to back, held his top line a little bit more truer, a little bit more straighter in his lines and his designs, and I just think he's just one that is pretty genuine, and like I said, a good, nice, solid steer. To me, a steer's got some some cover on him, and he's one that's handling that awfully good. We come into this steer, and I put him there because he's just stout made. I mean, when we look at him compared to the rest of them, he just, man, you get behind him, he's ripped. I mean, he's bold and stout, but he gets a little bit more rugged up through that front end, just gets a little bit more, to me, you just like to see him just a little cleaner, and he's just a little coarser made up through that shoulder and neck and head. You just like to sleek him up. And I think we trim up a little bit in the next steer as far as in that front end, but I also think we trim him in the back end too. He's just not as stout featured compared to that red one that goes out. And I think the next steer, he just doesn't, to me, balance up quite as good. And, he just, a nice solid steer, has tremendous length. That steer's super long. He just probably doesn't come up with enough balance compared to the ones that go out today here ahead of him.
Placings in the second group of heavyweight steers. Congratulations, Brooklyn Coinenbelt with Uncle Otis, a 1,264-pound steer, our class winner. Second in class goes to Madison Boyas with Big Sexy, a 1,263-pound steer. Third, Duncan Keeber, the added entry, Uncle Buck, another 1,264-pound steer. Fourth, Callie Mashin with Marv, weighing in at 1,277. Fifth, Jordy Dones with Mr. Chonkers at 1,266. And sixth, and Jordy Dones also gets the popcorn. And sixth, Kessler Watts with Michael Jackson, weighing 1,280. Into the ring now, we have our final class of steers. Weston Fahey with Smoke Show, a 1,307-pound steer. An added entry, Casey Toner with Crack In, 1,315 is the weight on that steer. McKinley Egan with Mel, 1,318 is the weight on that. Brielle Egan with Otis, a 1,337-pound steer. Ethan Uremko with Guy Wiedek, a 1,350-pound steer. Desmond Fahey with Punch, a 1,459-pound steer. And rounding out the group, Tulsa Smith, another added entry with her 1,510-pound steer. This is the final group of heavyweight steers, and we would like to thank Kamla Farms of Didsbury, Alberta for sponsoring this. They are an end-to-end chicken and beef operation based in Didsbury, Alberta. Owned and operated by Grajenka and Jeff Kamla with a team of support staff. The business includes hatcheries, hatching barns, broiler barns, commercial, and purebred cattle. Thanks to Kamla Farms for their support of the Rising Stars show. This class is sponsored by J4 Ventures of Rocky View County. Their specialty lies in repairing light, medium, and heavy-duty trucks. They pride themselves on their never-say-no attitude. With a focus on service, customer care, they strive to tackle every challenge head-on, ensuring that our clients always leave satisfied.
it's, as we get into our heavyweight classes here, and like I said, we get into this third class, and I'm going to be honest with you, like, this is one of the nicer classes of cattle we've had all the way down through here, because I think, you know, I got to give it to these exhibitors. You know, we get clear down here, but these cattle are to me, have some condition on them. They're in the right kind of shape for the age that they are, and for me, for the frame, and for the, to me, weight that they are. You know, there's not a skinny one in here, and I really do appreciate that. And I think, you know, we look at this top pair up here, and I think these two combine themselves together, and I think they, to me, complement one another. And I'm just going to go with the steer that, you know, he's deep centered. You know, he's one that comes with a lot of eye appeal and look, and you know, he's one that's youthful enough out of his front end. I think where he just kind of gets the deal sealed is in his chest floor. He's just a little bit more neater there. You know, he's functional on his feet and legs, but he's just one that patterns awfully well. He's a show steer. He's just one that's got a lot of rib shape and back and top and muscle. And I think, you know, the second place steer is so good in his feet and legs. You know, he's a big-footed steer. I mean, almost to the point that, you know, we got to probably look at that. I mean, at some point, because I mean, but he does lay him down flat. You know, he's a little more bolder and more rugged up through his front end, but he carries a little more chest right out there in front. But from his shoulders back, he's square-hipped and nice in his lines, and I love his leg angle that he has. I mean, he might be one of the best ones in the class as far as the way he comes down to the ground off his hind end. The next steer is awful complete. The gray steer, he's uniform. He's got big-bodied. He's mellow. He's the one that carries a tremendous amount of hip. When you get him out here and you put him in travel, he just kind of wants to get out of track and get out of bounds off his back hind. But when you get him parked and you get him stopped, he's a cool-made steer, because he's one that balances well, and he's one that's in the right kind of rig, and young man does a good job with him. He's fun to look at, and that's just a good steer. I just like to change the way he moves. He's kind of one of them that I admire him for, you know, when he's parked, but I'd like to change him when he's moving. You know, the next steer, I think we lack a little bit of performance. We back up and we reel back in. That steer looks a little bit more behind, a little bit more youthful in his kind, but he's a good steer. I mean, big boned, he's level heavy. You know, he's rough haired at this stage, but that's, you know, that's easy to maintain. I like the way he gets out there and reaches, but he kind of does get out of bounds as well as the one that went out there ahead of him. I'd like to maybe have him truer tracking if you could. You know, we come in here and here's another steer that's very smooth and very complete, very muscular, just bolder and very masculine up through the front end. I'd like to clean up the underline in this next steer. You know, there's a lot of carcass merit to that steer. He's just a little bit more looser and sloppier made underneath. The red steer that comes in here is a big, bold, heavyweight kind of steer. He just gets real steep off his ankles, gets real short off his back hinds. You know, he just struggles to get around the ring as comfortable as some out here, and so that kind of limits him on how we can go with him up the line here. But a nice set of cattle. Appreciate these exhibitors having him in good shape all the way down to the conclusion of the class. So a nice job out here. Let's give our exhibitors a nice round of applause. Good job.
Thank you very much, Kirk. So for the heavyweight steers, first place, Brielle Egan with Otis, 1,337 pounds. Second in class was the added entry from Casey Toner, Kraken, with a 1,315 pound steer. Third in class was Ethan Uremko with Guy Wiedek, weighing 1,350 pounds. Fourth, Weston Fahey with Smoke Show, 1,307 pounds. Fifth, Desmond Fahey with Punch, 1,459 pounds. Sixth was McKinley Egan with Mel, weighing 1,318. And seventh was the other additional entry from Tulsa Smith, weighing 1,510 pounds. McKinley Egan, you will be receiving the popcorn from this class. Congratulations. Class now in the ring is the champion class for the heavyweight division. From the first group, Stella Mader with Billy, a 1,254-pound calf, and Haley Jordan with Gunny, a 1,250-pound calf. From the second split, Brooklyn Conenbelt with Uncle Otis, a 1,264-pound calf, and Madison Boyas with Big Sexy, a 1,263-pound calf. And from our last group, Brielle Egan with Otis, a 1,337-pound calf, and Casey Toner with Kraken, weighing in at 1,315. This is the championship. Our champion heavyweight is sponsored by Kamla Farms of Didsbury. We'd like to thank them once again for their sponsorship. And the reserve is sponsored by Simmental Forever Ranch. Rylan Harder, together with his parents Marie and Garrett, operates Simmental Forever Ranch at Alder Flats, Alberta. Rylan has started a purebred Simmental herd from his 4-H projects. You can find Rylan attending many shows, judging competitions, and youth activities. He's glad to give back by sponsoring at today's show and a donation to the silent auction. The silent auction will be closing at 3:25 p.m. That's in 13 minutes. So if you've been hot after an item at that silent auction, you might want to go and check it in. You've got, well, now it's 12 minutes left before they will close the silent auction.
As we select your heavyweight division, like I said, I think we're going to take 4 out of this division. To me, it's been a bigger division. I mean, as far as like quality, I don't mean bigger. I mean just like there's been a lot of quality in this division as well. And like I said, I'm not sure where these cattle are going. It doesn't really matter, but they've done a good job. That's what I know. And I'm not, like I said, wanting to get the crystal ball out. And I judge this thing as today, and that's the way I always am. And to me, but they've done a good job, and we're going to take 4 out of this particular division. You know, we started out here, and here's a really complete steer. I mean, he comes together so good, and you know, the young lady does a great job with him. He's good in his underline and middle and comes up over his top. And, you know, he's just really a nice, attractive steer to look at. We come into the second class, and, you know, that steer is so square up out of his hip. And, you know, he's one that's a little more, you'd like to sleek him up in his neckline a little better, but I feel like he's sound on his feet and leg, and he's got, you know, he's pretty genuine all the way through. We just like to make him a little bit more cooler, if you would, up through that front end. And we got some nice second plates following these cattle as well. The third class, I think, you know, here's one that's showy and has got a lot of ring presence to him, and you know, he's one that's flashy and he's big middled, and you know, he's one that's stout enough, but he's got good angle. Like I said, young lady does a good job. So I'm going to take another walk here. We're going to get 4 out of this division and get on with it. But to me, a nice division out here. They've done a great job with these cattle. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Congratulations, our champion heavyweight steer goes to Brielle Egan with Otis, a 1,337-pound steer. Reserve champion honors going to Stella Mader with Billy, a 1,254-pound steer. Also coming back for the champion steer will be Casey Toner with Kraken, her 1,315-pound steer, pardon me. And Brooklyn Coin and Belt will also be coming back for the championship with Uncle Otis, her 1,264-pound steer. Thank you very much to all of our exhibitors in this championship class. So we are moving right into the champion steer division, champion steer competition. And so we will be bringing our champion and reserves in. And as we need, we will bring in animals who were in their third, fourth, and fifth place positions, I do believe. Oh, I think we're doing a picture. So that means that I can announce who is advancing in showmanship. For the junior showman, the following will be advancing: Myra Murray, Tulsa Smith, G.W. Murray, Briar Blanchette, Ava Mackey, Blake Fisk, Ray Gunderson, Hawken Mader, Clyde Griffith, and Melody Brundage. This is the junior division. Junior showmanship will be our first showmanship class. Going through that list again: Myra Murray, Tulsa Smith, G.W. Murray, Briar Blanchette, Ava Mackey, Blake Fisk, Ray Gunderson, Hawken Mader, Clyde Griffith, Melody Brundage. In the intermediate division, the following are invited back for the showmanship finals: London Matthews, Emma Crowell, Carson Van Sickle, Nevada Murray, Katie Kolnoski, Maya Mackey, Shelby Horn, Abby Rancier, Luke Brundage, Lee Sholigan, Stella Mader. Once again, intermediate showmen are for the championship class: London Matthews, Emma Crowell, Carson Van Sickle, Nevada Murray, Katie Kolnoski, Maya Mackey, Shelby Horn, Abby Rancier, Luke Brundage, Lee Sholigan, Stella Mader. In the senior division, the following will be invited or are invited back: Tavian Yoder, Abby Slorstead, Mason Zwicker, Resh Noble, Delta Hippie, Heidi Beliski, Taylor Reed, Jaden Warren, Wyatt Beliski, and Samantha Boak. Once again, senior showman qualified for the championship class: Tavian Yoder, Abby Slorstead, Mason Zwicker, Resh Noble, Delta Hippie, Heidi Beliski, Taylor Reed, Jaden Warren, Wyatt Beliski, Samantha Boak. Showmanship finals will go after the champion steer class. We have our champion steers coming into the ring. So out of our lightweight division, we have Delta Hippie with Smitty, the 1,043 pound steer, and Aubrey Fraser with Dark Stalker, the 1,089 pound steer. From the middleweight division, Reed Hunter had our champion with Chuck Wall Street, an 1,161 pound steer. London Matthews with Gold Digger had the reserve, and Gold Digger weighs in at 1110. From the heavyweight division, Brielle Egan with Otis was the champion, and that steer weighed 1337. Reserve was Stella Mader with Billy, her 1,254 pound steer. We do have other qualifiers for the championship class, and as needed, we will be asking them to join the champion and reserves in the ring. The championship steer is sponsored by Murray Ranches of Tilly, Alberta. George and Santana Murray own and operate Murray Ranches, GW Murray Ranches, Demarest Brothers Latham Cattle Company, and various companies with their 6 children. George Sr. and an irreplaceable team of employees. They run 3,000 Black Angus commercial cows bred to Black Angus and Charolais bulls at their 4 ranch locations, Tilly, Rolling Hills, Consort, and Tompkins. With a finishing lot near JBS Brooks and a backgrounding lot in the Neutral Hills, an extensive irrigation farming operation growing anything from wheat, barley, and corn silage to sugar beets and sunflowers, they're always in the market for commodities, business ventures, and investment opportunities. Their advice to exhibitors is be better than you are. Set a goal that seems unattainable, and when you reach that goal, set another one even higher. And that's a quote from Herb Brooks. So thanks very much to them for their sponsorship of the champion steer. The reserve champion steer is sponsored by Jacobson Cattle Company. Shane and Denise operate a commercial herd south of Gadsby along with their children Keegan and Cheyenne. Keegan and Cheyenne have started raising purebred Black Angus cattle and have been involved in 4-H and junior shows. Keegan and Cheyenne enjoy mentoring and helping kids to learn more about the cattle industry. So thank you very much to Jacobson Cattle Company for sponsoring the Champion Award. The Top 5 Steer Award is sponsored by the Alberta Beef Producers, and it's their mission to strengthen the sustainability and competitiveness of the beef industry, knowing that the youth of today are the producers of tomorrow. So thanks very much to them. We'd also like to thank the Friends of the Canadian Simmental Foundation. It's a registered charitable foundation that supports youth agriculture and research in the agriculture sector through scholarships, bursaries, and support of youth programming. They're helping develop the leaders of tomorrow, so thanks to that platinum sponsor.
As we conclude on the steer show, and once again, I want to reiterate, the Rising Stars Clinic and Show this 3rd year, and like I said, it's the caliber of cattle has been phenomenal. To me, this show and the show staff, to me, just do a tremendous job, and hopefully you understand how much work that is. Hopefully, you appreciate that, and hopefully you're going to thank the ones that make this thing go on and function like a, to me, like a well-oiled machine. So to me, I appreciate Tammy and John for the ring help. I'll tell you what, it makes my job a lot easier. I tell you, just keeping things in orderly fashion out here, keeping me like in line, so to speak. And like I said, I kind of need that. So anyway, I want to thank my family at home. They cover for me. They let me follow my dreams. They let me follow my passions. They share me. And you know what? If I didn't have my family, I couldn't be here. So family is a great thing. Make sure you appreciate them. them. Anybody that has family unity has got a blessing that you can't buy. So to me, as we get through here, and like I said, we started these divisions, and it's been competitive. The heifer show was just incredible, and I think the steer show, I mean, there's some super good individuals, and we went deeper in some of these particular divisions for a reason, because the cattle are that good. And so anyway, so keep up the good work, exhibitors, and like I said, thank the ones that got you here. That's important. This is not easy, but I'll tell you what, the best thing about this is we're raising our future, and we're raising our youth with cattle as the vehicle. But I'll tell you what, I'm not worried about these kids, because they're going to make, to me, great young adults. They're going to make great parents, and they're just going to be, like I said, the strength to our future, which lies ahead, and we desperately need them. So to me, I'm not worried about this particular group at all. So, like I said, I want to thank Rob and Dee once again for the passion they have for the industry, for putting their heart and soul in making this thing happen. Those are the kind of people that we need. Those are the kind of people that give this thing some longevity, and they're the ones that make it so special. And so, to me, this particular program is generational, and that's probably the thing that I am most admire about it, because a lot of parents showed, and now their kids show, and whether they choose to or not, like I said, I think that's a solid strength. And like I said, I don't have perfect kids. My kids are young adults. I'm a grandparent now, and we got a new one coming in April, but my kids turned out pretty good, and I owe it all to the show program, the 4-H program. We have FFA in the States, so to me, I owe all that to that program, because it just learns them to deal with a lot of things that life is going to encounter them later on, and to me, and makes them, to me, the youth and the young adults that they are. So I appreciate the opportunity. Want to wish everybody safe travels home. Like I said, keep doing what you're doing. Like I said, this is a great thing. So I'm going to go get your top 5. It's been an outstanding show. It's been an incredible honor. And like I said, I appreciate y'all having me back. I know you don't have to. So I'm going to go get your top 5 and be done here. And I've heard you probably heard me talk long enough. So anyway, thanks again. Let's give all our exhibitors a big round of applause once again out here for a great, great, great job.
Thank you very much, Kirk. So congratulations going out to Reed Hunter out of the middleweight split with his steer Chuck Wall Street, our champion for 2025. Reserve champion honors going to London Matthews with Gold Digger, weighing in at 11:10. And sticking with that middleweight division, Ryland Stewart with Whiskey weighing 1174 is our third place steer. Fourth place goes to Delta Hippie with Smitty, weighing, and that steer weighs 1043. And fifth goes to Samantha Boak with Cash In, her steer weighing 1242. So once again, our congratulations to our champion steer, Reed Hunter with Chuck Wall Street. Reserve champion honors going to London Matthews with Gold Digger. Third, Ryland Stewart with Whiskey. Fourth, Delta Hippie with Smitty. And fifth goes to Samantha Boak with Cash In. So we'd like to do family photo headshots with all of our first to fifth place. So if the families could make their way over, we'd appreciate that. And we'll get some pictures. A reminder to all of our exhibitors that we have a draw for you, but in order to participate in the draw, you need to put your show number in the box on the table in the prize area. So if you are finished with your show number, you're not going to be exhibiting anymore, come on up and throw your show number in the box at the prize table, and we will be making those draws at the conclusion of the show. We've had a number of photo breaks, and we just would like to let you know that our photographer today is from Innovation Media, located in Quebec, and they offer photography and videography services at livestock shows and on the farm. All of the images from today's show can be found at www.innovationmedia.ca, and they are free for our exhibitors and their families to download.
first cottage and it held like it should. Johnny told the pretty girl, darling, I love you so. She looked back at Johnny and said, Johnny boy, I know. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun till it's done. And you're the one. Johnny went out one day with a shotgun by his side. His family, they didn't trust him to keep him all alive. He stumbled upon a black bear and knocked down his gun. Johnny couldn't reach it, so he fixed up to run. The bear caught up to Johnny, knocked him to the ground. Johnny thought of his little girl and he beat that bear down. Well, the moral of the story, if there's a woman by his side, there's nothing that a man won't do just to stay alive, stay alive. All shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun till it's done. And you're the one.
So we have a couple of silent auction items that we don't have a way to contact them. And they are the Redmond salt bag donated by Amanda Wunsch. Melissa Downing, you are the recipient of that. If you could make your way over and make payment, we would appreciate it. Carson Van Sickle, I think you got some track pants. So they're looking for you over at the prize table for payment of those. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Junior Showmanship Championship in the ring. And so we have Myra Murray, who is just lining up right up here at the start by the announcer stand, followed by Tulsa Smith, G.W. Murray, Briar Blanchette, Ava Mackey, Blake Fisk, Rhea Gunderson, Hawken Mader, Clyde Griffith, and Melody Brundage. Judge Travis Edwards is going to be adjudicating all of these young showmen and determining who the champion and reserve champion will be. We'd like to thank Catherine Hagel, who sponsors the Junior Showmanship Championship in memory of Rick Hagel. Rick grew up on the family farm near Bicycle and carried on the family tradition of farming and ranching after his dad passed away. He was involved in 4-H and continued his love and passion for leading others in the cattle industry. Rick was very active in the community. He continued his passion of being a leader throughout his life, always lending a helping hand. One of Rick's proudest moments was watching his daughter Peyton win grand champion at 4-H on Parade with her homegrown steer. Sadly, Rick passed away in October 2022. Thanks very much to Catherine Hagel for sponsoring the Junior Showmanship Award in memory of Rick Hagel. Reserve Junior Champion Showman is sponsored by MJT Cattle, raising purebred Hereford, Black Angus, and Charolais genetics designed for the commercial producer. The Trefiak family is involved in all sectors of the cattle industry, and they recently held their 31st annual bull sale. They don't raise show cattle, They raise cattle they can show. So thanks very much to the Treffiacs of MJT for sponsoring the Junior Showman Award. We'll get some comments from our showmanship judge, Travis Edwards.
Well, here's a group that it's pretty exciting to watch. They're all attentive, keeping an eye on their judge, on their animal. Just a big note for the group, if there's a little bit of stall up, feel free to sit up your animal, because the judge likes nothing more than to see an animal standing still correctly. yeah, there's a bit of a lineup there at the beginning. Just feel free, members, to set up your animal. Because the main thing that we do, Showmanship, is to showcase your animal, to market it. And you never know who's out there, out in the audience there watching. And the judge may not like your animal, but there's maybe a cattle person out there who really has a key eye for them. So yeah, just be a bit more aware in terms of setting up your animal, making sure they're looking the best as they can. And in terms of also setting up, and big note that I would have is just make sure you, as soon as a person in front of you is pulled ahead, make sure you're just filling that gap. It helps us have a lot more room in the back as we start to get individuals lined up there. And just, yeah, keep an eye on your judge, on your animal. You guys are really keen in terms of setting up your animal. There's not a lot of issues in setting them up. You guys know what you're doing, and this is a really solid group. The two individuals that I have in mind kind of stand out in a few ways that they're just a bit more attentive, aware. They have a bit more confidence for me as a person watching that, makes me want to go up to them after the show and ask about their animal. They just seem approachable, and that's a huge thing in this business is you kind of want to look approachable and be approachable, and it's tough to do, but these two individuals for me come out on top. They showed well today. I won't take any more time, and I'll go get you guys a champion and a reserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Congratulations to Håkan Mader, our champion junior showman for the 2025 Rising Stars show. And reserve champion honors go to Rhea Gunderson, who will also be receiving an award. So make your way up here to the front because I think Dee wants to give you something. So once again, our congratulations to Håkan Mader and Rhea Gunderson for our champion and reserve champion showman. In the intermediate showman division, we are leading off with London Matthews, followed by Emma Crowell, Carson Van Sickle, Nevada Murray, Katie Kolnoski, Maya Mackey, Abby Rancier, pardon me, Shelby Horn, Luke Brundage, Abby Rancier, Lee Sholigan, and Stella Mader. Ladies and gentlemen, our top 11 showmen in the intermediate division.
Every day brings new light to help us on our way. Always taking my breath, whether sun or rain. The wind will carry us over that horizon we see. It's getting closer. This is why we live. For moments like this. This is why we live. For moments like this, yeah. Moments like this. When the mountain calls and the river waits for what's to come, a dreamer's day. The wind will carry us over that horizon we see is getting closer. This is why we live. For moments like this. This is why we live. For moments like this, yeah.
I think the competition just keeps amping up here. This is a pretty superb group of intermediates that we have here, and even more in the barns. Unfortunately, we were limited, and I was able to sneak one more individual here in the ring, but there was still a lot of individuals, especially in this age group, that got sent to the barns that definitely deserve to be up here because this caliber is quite spectacular. I don't really have a lot of notes. When it comes to older age groups, I guess for me, it comes down to a preference of a showman that I would like to put on the end of one of my own animals. Individuals that kind of command a presence, but also really put an emphasis on their own animals and market them. There's been toss and turn between a few, and it's been close. But yeah, I don't really have any other notes other than continue to use the ring and really go to the lengths of it because it can get crammed pretty easy, especially in these bigger classes. So yeah, just don't be afraid to really extend out and trust that the judge is going to be able to see your animal at its best. With that, I'm going to go select a grand and a reserve.
Thank you very much, Travis. Congratulations to Emma Cowell, who is our champion intermediate showman for 2025 Rising Stars. Reserve champion honors going to Abby Rancier. So once again, our congratulations to our champion intermediate showman, Emma Cowell, and reserve champion going to Abby Rancier. Make your way up to the front. We'll get some. So Emma, it might have been worth the trip. Emma came all the way from Nova Scotia to be a part of this event. So congratulations, Emma. And thanks for coming. Senior showmen making their way into the ring, leading off by Tavian Yoder, Abby Slorstad, Mason Zwicker, Resh Noble, Delta Hippie, Taylor Reed, Jaden Warren, Wyatt Beliski, and Samantha Boak.
Traveling around the world, my feet will tell me where to go. I'm not afraid to step outside and see the world for what it is. No, spending all my time with people that I barely know. You may have thought that I was lost, and all I need is room to grow. I'm coming home to put a flower in your hand. Thought you should know. Ain't no place I'd rather be instead. Sometimes I feel alone, you know it's me and my guitar. Looking up the darling stars, singing where we supposed to go now. Ruthie, little lady, tell me what you mean to me. And I'll build a house in Byron Bay, if that's exactly where you'll be. I'm coming home, put a flower in your hair. Thought you should know, ain't no place I'd rather be instead. No.
My apologies, I missed the sponsors for intermediate showmanship, and the champion was sponsored by Pole Land and Cattle of Wetaskiwin. They're a fourth-generation family farm located west of Wetaskiwin. Curtis and Kim and their family have purebred black and red Angus cattle along with the Simmental Angus crossbred commercial herd. They crop farm grains, pulses, oilseeds, and forages, and they've hosted over 30 students from overseas teaching Canadian farming and culture. It's very important to Curtis and Kim to promote youth in agriculture. And the Reserve Showman was sponsored by Portique Simmentals of Rimbey. They raise full and purebred Simmentals. They'd like to invite you to their first annual bull sale at VJV Auction in Rimbey on April the 8th at 4 o'clock. On offer will be full-blood, purebred, and percentage bulls that are suitable for heifers, second calvers, and cows. The senior showmanship is sponsored as well by Pole Land and Cattle, so we like to thank them for sponsoring both of our Showmanship championships. Reserve Champion is sponsored by Double D Farms at Lacombe, and it's owned and operated by Darwin and Dylan Fuller, where they run a 50-head purebred Simmental and percentage cow herd along with 300 commercial cows. Dylan is honored to sponsor and support the Showmanship class today. Thanks very much to Double D Farms, the Fullers of Lacombe, for their sponsorship of the senior Showmanship class.
It's kind of funny. A bunch of these senior members here are probably thinking, what's this guy doing? Didn't we show against him a few years ago? Because it hasn't been long since I was among, especially some of these members here, and it's always interesting to come back and see how they're doing. And it's one of those things where I don't really have any specific notes. It's quite spectacular, the caliber that's being produced nowadays, and I don't envy being in this ring anymore because all of you guys are quite on the ball about it. There's a few members that stuck out to me throughout the day. One in particular that kind of caught my eye, and it's been really cool. Just to watch them all day, and like I said, there's not any notes. I commend the members on taking my note that I've been sharing to the junior intermediates about using the space. I just think it's really important, especially in these bigger classes. But other than that, I guess all I can give you guys is a bit of a challenge. Just during the novice showmanship, one of the members made sure to go and high five every other member that was in the ring with them. And I think that's a really awesome challenge to do amongst your peers, because I'll be honest, the wins and losses of the competitions I took place when I was a junior member, those things kind of fade, but it's always the handshake or the conversation or the name of a person I get to meet in the business that stays with me for a while, because it's said that this is a people business, and I can't express that enough, how important it is that we continue to build each other up, to congratulate each other on all your achievements, win or lose. So I really challenge you senior members to be the one to go out there today to congratulate everyone, as many people as you can, on a job well done, on your success this week, because this is what this weekend is built on, is the skills that you learn and you put to a test. And so yeah, I just want to throw that out there for you guys. I won't take any more time. If we could give this show committee and all the sponsors a round of applause. It's a really big deal to put this together. I'll go get you guys a champion and a reserve.
Thank you very much, Judge Edwards. Congratulations to Mason Zwicker, our champion senior showman for 2025 Rising Stars. And reserve champion honors going to Taylor Reed. So once again, our congratulations to Mason Zwicker, our champion, and Taylor Reed, our reserve champion. This does conclude our show for today, so thanks very much to our judges, Kirk Stierwald and Travis Edwards, our ring people, John and Tammy Dolliver. As well, we'd like to thank DLMS for broadcasting the show, our photographers, and remember that you can find their pictures free of charge at www.innovationmedia.ca. So thanks very much to them. To the prize crew in behind who have been doing a lot of work, and to our marshals who kept our cattle coming in order and on time, thanks very much to all of them. As well to all the other many volunteers, but particularly to Dee Young for her organization of this event. A reminder to exhibitors, if you haven't put your show number in the draw box, you might want to do that now. It's becoming very close to draw time. I believe Dee Young looks like she has a lot of stuff to hand out yet. So, and some of that will be through the draws. So if you haven't put your show number into the draw box, now would be a great time to sneak into the ring and do that. I'd also like to make mention of Levi Martin and Dwayne Martin and the Stettler Ag Society crew for all of the work that they do to get this event organized and to have everything ready for us. So thank you very much to them and to the Stettler Ag Society for being our hosts for today. Travis, when you're done at photos, can you come back to the announcer stand, please?
Okay, guys, we are just about at the end of Rising Stars Volume 3. First of all, I want to say thank you to everybody for coming. It's been a challenging week for farmers at home doing chores, and my husband Rob, who I'm not sure where he's at right now, but he didn't even know if he was going to get to the show here today because he was dealing with farm stuff. So I'm going to thank him first, because for the last just about 12 months, he's heard me talk about Volume 3 show, and there's days he probably wished I was out doing farm stuff rather than doing planning stuff. But anyways, he supports me a lot in this, along with a lot of other people that I just want to take a minute to give some recognition to. So these are in no particular order of importance, because I couldn't do this show without each and every one of these people. First of all, Kim Matthews, is she here? Kim, she's probably out back, but if any of you know Kim, we don't tell each other this much, but she's my cousin. We don't admit to that, but she really has been the right-hand person in helping me secure a bunch of the prizes this year. A lot of them were her ideas, and she helped me source them, and it was a big part of what we got to give you today. So I really appreciate Kim's help. Marie Mons and Garrett Harder are friends from back home. They're helping throughout the year and here at the clinic and the show. Shannon Grabler as well from back out our way. Denise and Shane Jacobson and their family, they brought cattle into the clinic for clipping, and they helped out all day today. Kathy Chesser is back with us again this year. She's given out all our money. Heather Rogers and Riley Rogers are back from back home. They've been a lot of help on the block and marshalling. And if you want another show to go to, Heather is planning a show in Drayton Valley on May 10th. It's the first year for the show, and they still have some spots in their show. It's called Oil Country, and they have a Facebook page, so check that out. Janet Kerr for being our announcer. Janet spends a whole day with us and does a tremendous job. Summer and Jaden Hippie from the Pet Pad, they're great sponsors, and they help us source a lot of our prizes and just work really well with us. Shane Horn, he was a marshal today. John and Tammy Dolliver, they come in and be our ring marshals each year. And I especially want to thank, I know it's her job today, but I haven't had my daughter home for 2.5 years, and she was your photographer today, and I hope you like her pictures. It's Stacy's business. But she's giving you all her pictures free today. We just had to buy her a plane ticket out here and give her some meals and all that. But I just love the pictures she takes, and I hope she gives you guys good memories. And her helper, Jill. I mean, she couldn't have done it without Jill either. So sorry about that. She'll be embarrassed about that, but she'll get over it. Okay, so now all the important stuff while you guys are here. So this year was just truly unbelievable. Once our kind of classes and divisions and champions filled up, we just had people calling and saying, we love helping the kids, we want to help your show, what can we do? And so we just said, why don't you become a friend of Rising Stars? And we will buy some exhibitor prizes, and we will give them out to the kids. So what we're going to do is we have, I think we have 12 kind of more bigger prizes, and we're going to draw 12 show numbers. You have to be here when we draw your show number. Your brother, your parent cannot come up for you. We're going to get those 12 kids to come in the ring, and then we're going to draw some balls out of here, and whatever number you get, is the order that you get to pick from our prize list. So if you get number 3, you're going to be the third person to pick. Okay, so last call for show numbers. Any more numbers to come in? Okay, our first one is yellow. So that's an intermediate. London Matthews. So if you're here, come into the ring. Melody Brungy. I'm going to probably say these names wrong, but Melody. Wyatt Wunsch. He's in the front row. Come on up, Wyatt. Kessler Watts. Ethan Urenko. Rexton Griffith. Oh, I made this number for somebody. It's a senior. There you go. And it was my fault because I didn't make the real number, so she didn't lose it. It was my fault. Sydney Carlson. Okay, we got 4 more. Mason Moore. Is Mason here? Where's Mason? Can you better, by the time I draw the next 3, he needs to be here. Katie Kolanowski. I always say your name wrong. Katie K. Brooklyn Conenbelt. Brooklyn that came with Ricky. Okay, what do we need here? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. If we've got Mason, find Mason. And our last one, Rio Noble. Okay, have we got Mason here? I know. We really want Mason to get here. So when I said my daughter hadn't been home for 2.5 years, it's because she moved to Quebec. But she's welcome back to Alberta anytime, right? Okay, have we got Mason? He's coming? Good deal. Okay. We'll just put this down and then I'll get these guys to draw. So what the kids have the opportunity to choose from is this jackpot tack box that was donated by the Pet Pad. Thank you to Summer and Jaden. We didn't carry it in because it's too dang heavy, but Winton Brandel did a raffle through their bull sale, and he builds these half chutes, so somebody gets to go home with a half chute. We have a clipper box here from Rio Grande Angus. You can choose the clipper blade or clippers from J4 Ventures. What else do we got here? Oh, we've got a blade case with a set of blades and a set of guards. Rising Stars is giving the blower. The Ferentz family is giving the halter here. And where's Emily Skippin? Is Emily here? Emily around anywhere? Oh, come on in up, Emily. I want people to meet you. So this is Emily Skippin, and she makes these sculptures of your animal. And this heifer is a Shorthorn heifer that won Agrivision 2 years in a row. And it actually belongs to Stacy and her partner Blair. And this is Blair's birthday present. I hope he's not watching. And but she brought this on display. And what she's going to do, whoever chooses this, is you're going to give her pictures of your animal, and she's going to do a replica of your animal. So that's also on the prize list. So very talented young lady. Thank you, Emily. Okay, and then we've got some other draws after these main ones, but, and then we have some gift cards from Pet Pad, and we also have a cooler bag as well. So, who's got number one? Come on up and have your pick. You're taking the tack box, okay? And we're going to get a picture of all you guys with this stuff after. Who's got number two? Oh, Kessler. Sure you don't need another half chute? Okay, he's taking clippers. Number three, Mason. What are you going to pick? You want this, okay, so you can't take Stacy's heifer home, but you can take this home. Okay, who's got number four? Okay, Wyatt, what's on your list? The blower, the halter, the clipping box, the half chute, the halter. Oh, and sorry, there's also a $125 gift card to the Pet Pad as well. You're taking the blower, good choice. Number five, who's next? Rio. Oh. Here, what are you taking? Half chute still available? You're taking the half chute. Okay. Number six. What are you taking, Melody? Thank you. Thank you. This is oh, you want to see? They're number 10s. Or your clippers can fit in there too. She's taking the $125 to Pet Pad. Okay, who's next? Number 6 or 7? What are you taking? We have a halter. We have this. We got the blades and guards. $25 gift cards. You're taking that? There you go. Okay, number 8. Sure. Number 9, or 9, I guess. Great. 10. Halter. There you go. Sure. 11. 11 is London. You've got Pet Pad, basically Pet Pad. There you go. And Ethan. There you go. We got some more. And you got yours. Okay, so you guys, we'll do a group photo at the end of this, but we have some more. We're going to draw some more for just some other stuff for kids. Thank you. Okay, we have 8, I think 8 more. Can somebody count how many bags of feed are on that pallet over there? So those were from our clinic, and that were donated by Country Junction Feeds. And we're going to just draw however many names. You get a bag of feed and a scraper here. So Weston Fahey. Clyde Griffith. Okay. Emma Westerland. I don't know who this was. Carter Kamala. Okay. Casey Toner. Callie Mashin. 6. Danica Anderson. And Tayden French. You can all pick up a bag of feed and come and get one of these scrapers. And now we have two left here.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we've got 2 $25 gift cards to the Pet Pad. And I'm going to get Ethan to pick a name out of here. Now these were all the kids that were 4th in class. They just missed out on the bigger prizes. Rexton Griffith, you get a $25 gift card. And we've got one more. These were all the kids that were at the other end of the class and someday are going to be at the top end of the class. So all those names were in there. And it's Clyde Griffith. So Clyde gets our other prize. So, and we still, the ladies tell me that the following people have not picked up their popcorn. Emma Westerland, Maddie Ference, Jordy Dones, Jaden Warren, Melody Brundy, Scarlett Pittman, and Jordy again. Jordy's got a lot of popcorn to eat. So please come and pick those up. The Showmanship finalists, pick up your tags. And I think that's all I've got to give away. So safe travels home, everyone, and thank you for coming.